Thank you. Good morning. Can everybody see the screen? Okay. Still waiting on a few, it looks like. My name is Patricia. I'm going to be your guide on this journey. This is a no stress class, so please leave your stress outside. Okay. As long as you know your name, I will build from there. It's all you need to know for this class. And then I'm going to take you through everything step by step. I'm going to make it easy. It's going to feel too easy. Don't give in to that. It really is easy. As long as it's explained well, good morning. It's easy. Don't overcomplicate it. But if you have questions, please feel free to ask. Good morning. T-shirts are on the front table here. Good morning. T-shirts are on the front table. If you don't see your last name, you'll get your T-shirt on Wednesday. We're a few short. And then just have a seat anywhere where there's books. Couple housekeeping issues before we get started. I don't know why I have to point this out, but I do. Fire marshal tells me in case of fire, your exit is there. If that one doesn't work, there's another one back there. Just unlock it before you go out. Bathroom is last door on the right. We do have snacks, coffee, and there's water in the refrigerator and snacks and things like that on the back table. It is complimentary. Please clean up after yourselves, but don't put liquid in the trash cans. If you have liquid in your cup, leave the cup on the table. We'll take care of it for you after class. I am going to talk nonstop for 4 hours. You don't have to take notes. I've already done that for you. All you have to do is stay reasonably awake. We will get a break about halfway point, roughly, for about 15 minutes. Okay, so I will give you a break. But in the meantime, if you need to get up, and because I do talk a lot, if you need to get up and move around to stay awake, get up and get some coffee or get a snack or something like that. You don't have to raise your hand. It's not that kind of a class. You're adults. Do what you got to do. Okay. Classroom does open about 10 minutes before class. If you're an early bird, go get some coffee or something. I'm not here that early. I basically roll up just enough time to get all of this set up and go live. Speaking of live, we are live right now on the internet. Good morning. How are you? Good. T-shirts are on the front table here if you want to look for your last name. If you don't find your T-shirt, you'll get it on Wednesday, and just have a seat anywhere where there's books. So we are live. In the event that you can't come to class for whatever reason, you can come on over here if you'd like. In the event you can't come to class, you have a flat tire or something catastrophic happens, you can join our live stream. You have a paper in front of you with my little 4YourCNA logo at the top. And on that paper, it gives you the website where we are live. And that's the quickest place to find us is flcnatraining.com. So right now, anybody that's on FLC, 24 people right now on flcnatraining.com is hearing and seeing exactly what you are. They're just not physically in this classroom. So if you can't come to class, you don't have to miss it. It's still available for you. And then after class, the replay will be up there. I talk kind of fast. Most people can follow me, but if English is not your first language, you might struggle a little bit and want to replay this, so you can. I'm going to cover a lot of material. You're going to get about 70% of it. If you want the other 30%, go watch the replay. We also have worksheets, wrap up after class worksheets that we're going to hand out at the end of every class. They're also on that same website. The links we talk about in class are going to be on that web. It's kind of your one-stop shop. At the end of class today, we're going to be sending all of you an email. Now, most of you got an email from me, but we just switched email providers, and I'm kind of having some issues with the new provider. It's a learning process, right? Anytime you have something new. So I had to send you guys that email out of my regular email account, not my marketing thing. So what I would like to do now, This is going to be a little bit unusual for you guys just because I need to get you into the new system. Okay, so this is going to be a different step. So the first thing that I need you to do, I'm going to pass this around. This has your name and your email address. Check to make sure that I don't have any typos, because sometimes I do. I do a lot of work at 2 a.m. because I'm nocturnal. Just make sure I don't have any typos in there. If everything's okay, just write okay over here, or good, or something that lets me know you saw it. Don't leave it blank, because if it's blank, I think that you didn't see it. So let me know whether it's good. If you need to make any changes, make them in this column. And then what I need you to do sometime today, before you leave here, you're going to go to a website. Jake, I want you to put the courses website on the bottom of the screen, please. I need you to go to our courses website, and there's going to be a pop-up box that comes up that says, do you want to be notified when we go live? I want you to fill that out. It's going to ask for your email and your phone number. I'm not going to spam you. Okay, I'll get rid of all of it after class. It's fine. But I need you to go to this website and fill out that pop-up form so we can send you your wrap-up emails after class. And that's going to be really, really important. We have to get this new system. Basically, you have to subscribe in the new system. You have to give us permission to send you stuff. Does that make sense? Good morning. If you can look on this front table for your t-shirt, should have your last name on it, and then just have a seat anywhere where there's books. And those of you who are watching virtually, if you want those after class wrap-up emails, go ahead and go to that same website, fill out the contact form there, and we will add you to the list to send those after class wrap-up emails to. We'll also notify you when we go live. So when do I go live? Well, I go live for classes Mondays and Wednesdays from 9 to 1. That's when we're here. That's our class schedule. You'll be here for 4 weeks on Mondays and Wednesdays. And if you can't come, watch the replays. But I also twice a month do a live game show online. That's a lot of fun. And it's 15 practice test questions. So questions that you would see on the state exam to get you ready for that written test. Because for the test, there's written and skills. We're going to go over that a little later today. And the practice test game show gives you questions that you would see on the written test. And you compete with other people for prizes, real prizes. One of the prizes is a t-shirt. Well, you got a class t-shirt, but there's some other ones you can choose from. We also have a card game that's a lot of fun to play. That's another prize. We have this next one. Good morning. Come on in. Come on in. T-shirts are here on the front table. Just find your last name and then have a seat. I think at that table, there's 2 chairs available. If you don't see your last name, it's okay. Go ahead and have a seat. You'll get your t-shirt on Wednesday. So this is going to be our brand new first place prize for the game show tomorrow. So tomorrow at 11, we will have that game show. And I have one more of these cups. So I'm going to be giving this out as first. I just ordered a ton more. So those will be coming later. But for this next game show tomorrow, first place will be a tumbler like this. So lots of prizes. It's a lot of fun to play. You're competing. It's on YouTube. Just go to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/4YourCNA. And there's lots of people that play. It's a ton of fun. So we go live lots of times during the month. Your replays are going to be available on flcnatraining.com, where you're going to get some review worksheets and some after-class wrap-up emails. You're also going to get another email from us later today that enrolls you in our online course. We're going to talk about that a little bit more later, but the online course kind of goes with this one. I'm going to talk a lot. You're going to listen a lot, but that doesn't really put you into the learning, right? You're just kind of passive. You're sitting there, you're listening. The online course is going to help you put into practice what you're learning in the class. and it's very interactive, and it's included. You're going to get an email that enrolls you in that class with next steps. Good? Any questions before? I know I just went really fast, didn't I? Any questions before we get started? All right. My name is Patricia. Everybody calls me Miss Patty. We are the #1 CNA training platform on YouTube. We have over almost 50 million views and 150,000 subscribers. We're huge on YouTube. I've been doing this now for 17 years. I am the subject matter expert in prometric testing. So if it has to do with CNA testing, I know all about it. I've made this my life's work. I am an RN. And my trusty assistant over here is Jacob. He runs all the back end stuff for us. He's going to take care of all of the tech. If you don't get an email, you're going to talk to him about it. If you're having trouble accessing the course, you're going to talk to him about it. He's our back end tech person. If you want to order any additional supplies, you're going to talk to him about that as well. We have flashcards and practice kits and other things, all of that. But let's go through what you already have first. All right. So these are the books that are in front of you. Now, a couple of you don't have this yellow book. I ran a little bit short. I think it's, okay. So if you don't have this yellow book, you will have it by the end of today. I had to order some from Amazon. They'll be arriving shortly. So this yellow book is your homework reading. Don't write in it. Don't highlight it. You're going to be returning that book to me at the end of the class on the last day. Today, you're going to take it home and leave it there. We don't work out of this book in this class. That's strictly for homework reading. Good? Fair? If you want to buy this book, go on to Amazon and buy it. It's less than I'm going to charge you for it. Okay? This book is yours to keep forever and always. This book is my book. It's the one that I wrote. It is used by about 80% of the schools in the country. It's workbook style. You can write in it. You can color it. You can eBay it. You can burn it. I don't care what you do with it, but it will help you in the learning process. This is the one you need to bring back and forth to class because this is the one we are going to work out of. Now, along the way, somewhere around class 6, you're going to start to notice that these two books are not going to say the same thing. When we get to skills, specific skills, you're going to be like, wait a minute, these aren't they're not saying the same thing. If there is a discrepancy, always go by my book because my book is written specifically for our test that we're going to be taking. This is a generic book written by a textbook author that has no idea what the test is about. Good? Questions? Okay, so the first thing that we're going to start off with today is a video. And it's a very important video. It's a foundational video. If you fall asleep for anything else, it's fine. Don't fall asleep during this video. Because everything that we do from this point on is going to be built on the concepts you learn in this video. Good? All right. So, and I even took notes for you. So in the spiral book, go to page 17 for me. Our program is built on something called principles. Now, I could teach you 21 skills that have no relationship to each other, and that would be very confusing for you. What I did instead was, like I said, I've been doing this 17 years. And as I was creating this program, I realized that all skills have the same checkpoints on the grading checklist. And I started to realize, well, wait a minute, if I just teach them those steps, then they will, doesn't matter what the skill is, they will automatically get those steps, right? Because if they're on every graded checklist, let's just learn those steps and repeat them over and over. That's what the principles are. The principles are steps that we're going to learn that are going to be repeated across multiple skills. And we're just going to plug them in together to make skills. So we're going to learn some principles today. We're going to learn 3 of them. And then in class on Wednesday, we're going to learn another 3. And we're going to start plugging them together to make skills. Make sense? Like building blocks. The principles that you're going to learn are on that back wall. There's 11 of them. So skill rules, opening, barrier, glove rules, privacy blanket, linen rules, scoot and roll, washing rules, basin cleaning, shoe rules, and the closing. That's a mouthful. But we're going to start here with skill rules because everything starts here. Skill rules apply to every single skill that we're going to learn. So you have this overview page for every principle that we're going to learn in this course. It has a summary page. It tells you the rules. It shows you the skills those rules are going to apply to. And I even have a video. When you see this little video clapboard thing, it tells you I have a video for this. And we're going to watch this video together in class today. Now, if you go to the next page, which is page 18, these are the notes from the video that we're about to watch. Good? So the page 17 is your summary, 18 is your specifics. Any questions? Now, if you look at page 19, you'll see a gray box. Do you see that gray box at the bottom of 19? This book is workbook style. If you can answer those questions after we do the learning, you've achieved the knowledge you needed to learn. So think of it like a self-assessment. Questions? Questions? Okay, Jacob, can you, oh, yay, I love those. Glenda says, good morning. I want to say I was so grateful for all your videos. I passed my state exam and my skills test. Thank you for all your great advice and teaching. Congratulations, Glenda. Great job. Simone, good morning, Miss Patty. Wanted to come back and tell you that I passed my CNA exam, both written and skills. Just wanted to say thanks. Thank you very much. I've watched your videos 24/7 and all your great advice. God bless you. Thank you. Congratulations, Simone. Welcome to healthcare. So along the course, you're going to see things like that pop up. When you are attending live and you type a comment in, Jake will put it up on the screen for me. So comments and questions. So let's say that you can't come to class on Wednesday. If you are watching us live on YouTube, you can put a question in and it will pop up on my screen and I'll answer it just like you were sitting right here. Okay, so it is a true live, interactive live stream, not passive. Good? Questions? All right, Jake, go ahead and care plan.
The care plan and the CNA, why it's always about the care plan. A presentation brought to you by 4YourCNA.com. Thank you for joining 4YourCNA's online CNA test prep. We will be preparing you for both the written and skills portion of the exam. This course contains videos, interactive lessons, activities, testing care plans, test registration instructions, practice questions, and much more. This program goes way beyond our skills videos available on YouTube. But in order to pass the test, there is one single principle that you must understand: the importance of the care plan. Without this key, learning the skills is meaningless. You might be able to mimic what I do in the skills later, but chances are you will fail the test because you didn't follow the care plan. So this course will teach you the skills, but you must first learn how those skills need to be done. So come on inside and I'll explain to you how the care plan works and why it is so important to the test. We are sure that you will become great CNAs and you will provide excellent care for our residents. But before you get started, let's review some basics. Does anyone know what the initials CNA stand for?
Certified Nursing Assistant?
That's exactly right, April. A nursing assistant is there to assist the nurse. You will be receiving all of your instructions from the nurse and must follow their directions. This will probably include taking vital signs and assisting with personal care tasks. But you may also be asked to assist with other nursing procedures as well. It is important to only do the things that you have been trained to do. If you aren't sure how to do something, ask someone for help. It's okay to not know everything. But please, don't try to do something that you aren't familiar with. It might harm the patient. In this online CNA test prep program, we're going to show you how to do all tested skills. But that is only the beginning of your education. You will learn way more on the job. Because every patient is different and will have a different way that those skills need to be done. And that's where the care plan comes in. As a CNA, you will be expected to assist our patients with many routine tasks. Generally speaking, CNAs help patients with things that they can no longer do for themselves. Things like sleeping, toileting, grooming, bathing, dressing, eating, socializing, and activities. Together, these are called the Activities of Daily Living, or ADLs. These are things that everyone does every day for a healthy life. But not all patients will be able to do these things for themselves because of illness or injury. Sometimes people are too weak to go to the bathroom on their own or feed themselves. And that's where you come in. If a patient needs help with any of these tasks, you will be there to help them. But not all patients will need help with all tasks. This is Henry. Henry had a stroke and has right-sided paralysis. And this is Martha. She had a left hip replacement. This is Bob. He has had a recent leg amputation. And Annie has dementia. And they will all require different care. Some patients will need help brushing their teeth, but others will do that themselves. As a CNA, we will help the patients do the things that they cannot do alone. But we will let them continue to do the things for themselves that they can do.
How will I know what I'm supposed to do with each patient?
I'm so glad you asked, Cassie. As the registered nurse caring for these patients, that's my job. When a patient gets admitted to our facility, I will do a head-to-toe assessment. I will review all body systems to evaluate the patient for real problems and potential problems. This is a very long, complicated process, but here's a brief overview of a general assessment. I'm going to look at his neurological status. I'm going to look at his cardiac status and his respiratory system. I will also look at his integumentary system, which is hair, skin, and nails, and his gastrointestinal system. His urinary system is important, as is his musculoskeletal system. And then I will review his endocrine, lymphatic, and reproductive systems. And finally, I will review the doctor's orders for this patient. I will use all of this information to determine the patient's real and potential problems. Here's an example to put it into perspective. Let's say that this patient has just had a right hip replacement. Now we know that she will need to continue her activities of daily living. She still has to eat, drink, go to the bathroom, bathe, groom, and dress. And after my assessment, I know that she did all of those things herself until today. However, she cannot get out of bed for any reason for the next 3 days. So, since we know that she must stay in bed, I have to figure out how to meet all of her ADL needs. The easiest way to evaluate basic needs is using the TEAMS method: toileting, eating, ADLs, mobility, and special. As the RN, I'll take all the information I gathered during the assessment to figure out the best way to help her. She can't get out of bed, so I have to figure out the best way to meet her elimination needs: bedpan or catheter. I also know she is at risk for constipation, since she's not moving much and she's on pain medication. This is a potential problem. She can feed herself, but the trays must be brought to her in bed. She can't sit all the way up because of surgery, but she can't eat lying flat either. She has dentures, so they must be within reach at mealtimes, and they must be cleaned daily. She's able to clean herself as long as the supplies are brought to her, but she can't reach her legs or feet, so she'll need help. She is on total bed rest for 3 days, and she also needs her dressing changed every day. You can see how the RN uses all the information available to create a plan of care specifically for this patient. This is called a care plan, and it's something that only an RN can do. Of course, this was a simplified version of the care planning process. A real patient's care plan is much more extensive. Every single aspect of her health, condition, and ability level will be evaluated in order to help her. Even the smallest decision can have long-term consequences. The RN will write a detailed care plan for the entire healthcare team to follow, and the care plan must be followed exactly.
So every patient will have a different care plan?
That's correct, Ben. Every care plan will be different because every patient will be different. Even patients that seem alike because they have a similar diagnosis or have had the same surgery may have differences in care. CNAs don't have enough education or experience to know all the differences. So as a CNA, your job is to read and follow the care plan for every individual patient. In fact, you could say that your job is to follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. Do you think you can do that? Can you follow directions exactly?
I can.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yes.
Awesome. Then you're well on your way to being a great CNA. But helping patients with ADLs isn't all that you will do. You are also there to help the nurses by making observations. The CNAs are the hands and the feet of the patient. If the patient is cold and cannot reach their sweater, you will get it for them. If the patient can't brush their own teeth, then you will do that for them. If the patient can't get up to shower, then you will help them stay clean. You will become their hands and feet to help patients with things that they can't do themselves. But you are also the eyes and the ears of the healthcare team. You will report everything you see, hear, smell, or feel to the nurse. This is the most important task that you have as a CNA. If you see redness around a wound, you must report it. If you hear the patient wheezing after walking to the toilet, you must report it. If you feel that a patient's skin appears warmer than usual, you must report it. If you notice that a patient is coughing when eating, you must report it. As a CNA, you will be spending much more time with the patient than the nurse does. So you will be in a position to notice a lot more about the patient. The nurse needs this information to make decisions about the patient's care. Reporting these observations gives the nurse another assessment opportunity. That new assessment may even change the tasks you are assigned to perform. This is called the nursing process, and here's how it works. The RN assesses the patient and develops the care plan. This gives you specific tasks to do. While doing those tasks, you notice things. You report those observations to the RN, and the RN performs another assessment to review the changes in the patient. That new assessment prompts changes in the care plan, and this gives the CNA new tasks to do. And the cycle continues around and around as the patient gets better or worse. This is a continuous process until the patient is discharged.
I'm not sure I understand. Are you saying the care plan is going to change all the time?
Yes, it could, depending on the needs of the patient. Let me give you an example. The care plan told you to make an occupied bed in room 201. As you changed the sheets, you noticed that the skin on the patient's backside was red and irritated. You notified the nurse, who then reassessed the patient. The nurse decided that the patient needed to be repositioned every 2 hours around the clock. This was added to the care plan as another task for the CNA. Using this model, we can respond to the needs of the patient quickly as their needs change. But it also works for patients that are getting better too. You've been assisting Mr. Hopkins with transferring out of bed and into a chair after surgery. But you notice he isn't leaning on you any longer. You notify the nurse. The nurse reassesses the patient and decides that the patient can transfer on his own now. The care plan is changed, and this task is removed from the care plan since the patient is improving.
Doesn't this mean that I'm going to be bothering the nurse all the time? Won't they be annoyed?
The nurse should never be annoyed with you for reporting changes in the patient. They are legally liable for every aspect of that patient's care. Since the nurse requires that information to plan the patient's care, they expect to receive updates from you on the changes that you see. But how often you will have to report changes to the nurse will depend on the setting you are working in. Nursing home patients are pretty stable and don't really change all that often. That's pretty common for long-term care facilities, like nursing homes and ALFs and even home care. But in other settings, like hospitals, rehabilitation centers, and hospice, patients' health can change rapidly. In those settings, nurses and CNAs are going to work closely, and constant communication is required. Since CNAs must follow the care plan and are not allowed to alter it, they can't solve problems. The RN is ultimately legally responsible for the care of that patient. If you have information about the patient that you're not giving to the nurse, the patient can suffer, and the nurse is legally liable for that. Remember, you are an assistant. You are there to help, but the nurse is always in charge of the patient. So all changes, regardless of how minor they seem to you, must be reported to the RN. When the patient is stable, you will not have much to report. It may go days without talking to the RN. But if you notice something, then it must be reported, even if you don't think it matters. If you aren't reporting observations, the nurse can't rely on you anymore. And if the RN can't rely on you, then you aren't a good assistant to that nurse. You must report to the nurse everything you see, hear, smell, or feel. Be a good assistant and report all changes and observations. This is the most important job you have. So the care plan is developed by the RN, gives the team tasks, CNAs follow the care plan, and report changes. Let's recap what we learned today. Can you tell me how a CNA knows what each patient needs?
The care plan.
As a CNA, you follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but
The care plan.
anything unusual that you notice about the patient, you must report it to
The nurse.
Great job. For the exam, you will receive a care plan. What should you do?
Follow it exactly.
That's correct. If you don't follow the care plan, you will fail the exam. It's that simple. Now that you understand the care plan, I can show you how the skills will be done for the exam. But remember, you must always read and follow the care plan. That's a big part of the skills exam. Take the brief quiz below to make sure you understand. See you in the next lesson.
All right, watch your eyes. Lights on. All right, how do we know what to do with each patient? Care plan. Do you guys remember playing Simon Says? You guys remember that game? This is a giant game of Simon Says. That's all it is. If the care plan says to do it, we do it. If the care plan doesn't say to do it, don't do it. It's a giant game of Simon Says. So if during the skills test, I asked you to stand on one foot, what are you going to do? Stand on one foot. You don't need to know why. They just told you to. Do it. So if you understand that, this test becomes really easy. If I give you a list of instructions and you follow that list of instructions, you're going to pass. What they're grading you on, guys, is your ability to follow directions. And they had to make a test for that because people don't follow directions. Have you ever driven? People don't follow directions. So we have to make sure that you understand your scope and you can truly follow directions. Good? Make sense? So now we know how we're going to get our tasks, what's going to be required for us to do. What we're going to spend the rest of the course learning is how to do those tasks. But it all comes back to the care plan, because the care plan is how we're going to adapt a task to a specific patient. So I'm going to show you how to do something one way. But remember, our care plan may modify that in some way for that particular person. Make sense? How many of you guys have siblings? Are you exactly like your sibling in every way? And you guys were born to the same parents and live in the same house, right? You should be as close to the same as the other people that live in your house as anybody. And yet you're not. That tells us that when you're caring for people, this person is not like that person at all. If you're not like your siblings, we know that complete strangers are definitely not alike. So we have to have a process in place that can accommodate for that. Good? Does that make sense? Okay. All right. So the video also talked about something called ADLs, and this is what I want to kind of focus on for just a minute. ADLs are activities of daily living. Now, this lesson is on page 89. I know we skipped way far in the future, but let me talk to you a little bit about ADLs. How many of you guys have brushed your teeth this week? Okay, good. How often should you brush your teeth? Okay, a minimum of every day. If you talk to a dentist, they're going to tell you after every meal and in the morning and night, right? They want us to brush our teeth all the time. Nobody got time for that. If you talk to a dental hygienist, you shouldn't just brush your teeth. You should also floss, right? So your answer is going to depend on who you ask, isn't it? So is there truly a one universal answer to that question? Probably not. It's going to depend on who you ask. So we have to understand that this is something simple, brushing teeth. I mean, we teach our 2-year-olds to do this, right? Good. Yep. Come on in. Come on in. Good morning. Jacob, can you get that delivery, please? Thank you. Oh, no, thank you. Okay. So ADLs are things that you do for yourself every single day. Activities of daily living. What are some things you do for yourself every single day? You eat. Yeah. So that's something you do for yourself every single day. What else do you do for yourself every single day? Bathing. Sure. Right. What else? Exercising. Yeah, I need to do a little more of that. What else? Get dressed. Yeah, we don't go out in public in our, well, some of us do, but usually we get dressed before we go in public. What else do we do every day? Every day. Sleep. Yeah, that's an important part. Where's the last room in the building? Yeah, we also go to the bathroom every single day, right? So these are things we do for ourselves because we're independent. How weird would it, now you don't know me. You've known me, you've seen me now for 40 whole minutes. How weird would it be if I showed up at your house tomorrow at 6:30 in the morning armed with a toothbrush, toothpaste, and said, open wide? Be a little creepy, wouldn't it? Because you know how to brush your teeth. You've been doing it yourself for many years now. You don't need my help. Thank you very much. Be weird. It'd be icky. A little creepy. We don't do ADLs on people that can do them themselves. If somebody can brush their own teeth, they're gonna brush their own teeth. We are not going to be involved in that situation. And we're going to let them brush their own teeth. If they can get dressed, they don't want a stranger helping them out. We're not going to be involved. If they can toilet themselves, you do not need to be in the room witnessing it. That is definitely pretty high on the creep meter, right? So people that can do things on their own are going to continue to do those things on their own. We're going to help them out with things they can't do on their own any longer. Does that make sense? So how would we know which patients need help with toileting and which patients can toilet themselves? The care plan is going to give us that information. So do you see how all of this comes together? So CNAs are mainly responsible for helping patients with ADLs, things they would normally do on their own, but can't for whatever reason. That reason might be age. You just can't squeeze that toothpaste out any longer because your fingers have arthritis. That reason might be illness. Patients on chemotherapy was up all night last night throwing up and they don't have the energy to shower themselves today. It could be injury. You fell off your skateboard, broke your fall with your hands, and now you broke both of your wrists and you're not able to do anything on your own anymore. Now, usually, if somebody isn't able to take care of these daily activities themselves, they're going to look pretty close to home. They're going to look around to see who can help me with these things. Now, if you're young, who are you going to call? Mom. Mom will always help you with these things, right? So if you're young, you're calling mom. But what if there is no mom? Or what if mom isn't available? Or what if mom is 90, right? So that may not be an option. But that's usually our first stop, mom. If mom isn't available, we look a little bit further out. Maybe a spouse, maybe a sibling, maybe a really, really close friend. But we're going to look in our circle for some help. But what if you don't have anybody? What if you are in your 80s and there is no one in your circle because your spouse has passed away and you have no local friends that are able to physically help you and your neighbors are all busy? Now we have to look at maybe getting some paid help. And that's where CNAs come in. But understand that for personal care skills, usually we start a little closer to home because it's awkward to have anybody brush your teeth. But it's really awkward to have a stranger do it. Does that make sense? So we have to understand the mindset of our patients when we're helping them with these very personal, very intimate skills and try to put them at ease. Good? Make sense? This is the main 90% of all CNA tasks are going to revolve around ADLs. Because what if you couldn't go to the bathroom on your own and nobody was available to help you? What if you couldn't feed yourself and there wasn't anyone to feed you? Yeah. So we have to have somebody that can help us with ADLs if we can't do it ourselves. Good? Does that make sense? Good. All right. So let's see how this whole process works, because humans change like all the time, especially if we're sick or injured. We're really going to change all the time. So our nurse is going to go in and assess the patient, figure out all real problems, all potential problems, and they're going to make a plan. This is nursing stuff up here. We have to go to school for lots of years, learn how to do this, because it's not just real. Anybody can look at you and figure out something that's obvious. It's the potential problems that'll get you. I didn't see that coming, right? So this is all nursing stuff. That nurse develops a care plan. Now that care plan gives us and other team members, because care plans aren't just for CNAs. Care plans are also for physical therapy, dietary, discharge planning, social services. There's a lot of stuff on that care plan that has nothing to do with us. But it does give us tasks to do with those patients and exactly how to do those tasks. As we do those tasks, we're going to make some observations. This right here, half your job. Observations. Because if you don't make observations, this whole process stops right here. Stops. So half of your job is to make observations and then let the nurse know what you saw or smelled or felt. Everything has to be reported, no matter how minor you think it is. If you walk into a patient's room and you smell grape Kool-Aid, and you look around and there isn't a cup of purple stuff sitting around anywhere, you should report that. Because there is a bacterial infection called Pseudomonas that smells like grape Kool-Aid. And it's often missed until it's too late to treat. Now, the first sign is the smell of grape Kool-Aid. So that nurse is going to come back to that CNA at some point and say, hey, did you notice a grape Kool-Aid smell in that room? And if you go, oh yeah, like 2 days ago, it's weird. But you didn't report it? That patient went 2 days without treatment. And that could kill that patient. Everything gets reported. Everything. If your patient is a little different color today than they were yesterday, report it. If their nails look bluer today than they did last week, report it. If their skin is dry and flaky, don't just assume, oh, they're old, that's normal. Report it. Report everything. Now, in some settings, that means you're constantly going to be going to the nurse. Constantly. In other settings, you might not talk to the nurse for months because your patients just don't change. Depends on the setting that you're in and how quickly your patients change. Good? Questions so far? I want you to remember that half of our job is to observe and report. We tend to focus on what we do, the skills, but this means nothing without this. Good? We can train a robot. In fact, they do. Have you guys seen the hospital robots? Yeah. Yeah. We can train robots to do what you do. Literally. Do you know what we can't train robots to do? This. You want to keep your job safe in the age of AI? Learn this. Good? Makes sense? All right. So let's see if you've learned anything. We're going to do this activity together. Go to page 20 in your spiral book, please. There's 8 questions here. We're going to take the next 5 minutes and answer as many questions as you can on page 20. That name and email sheet that went around, do you know where it's at? I'll take it. Thank you. Oh, look at that. I did pretty good. Okay. I think we're changing the last name there. I spelled this wrong. There. So I did print the certificate again. When you're done, if you can just put your pen down so I know who's still working. All right, let's go ahead and go over the answers. If you didn't get a chance to finish, it's no big deal. You can do this on your own. It's just a way of, oh, Abby, good vibes out to you. You're going to do great. Follow the care plan, but good luck to you. All right, so let's take a look at these questions. Question 1 says, you received the displayed care plan. How far will you walk the patient? What do you guys think? Why? Easy answer. Why? Yeah, care plan said. Absolutely. What do we need to help this patient? Why? Easy answer. It's on the care plan. So I used to give this out. You guys know when you came in this morning, right? And you were sitting around with nothing to do. I used to put this on everybody's table and say, it's a little pretest, just see where we're at. Go ahead and take it. And students failed it. Like, failed it. They never looked at the care plan. They just answered. And one of the things that question 2, right, is what's required. Almost everybody picked a walker. So CNA, I quit doing that because it really freaked people out. Like, they don't like failing things before they even take the class. So psychologically, that really kind of messed with people. So I quit doing it. But why do you think people picked walker for number 2? Anybody know?
I think this is the safest option.
Okay, so that's the conception, right? That we want to keep our patients safe. And we're going to do a lot of things in the name of safety that are not correct. A lot of things in the name of safety that are not correct. But we have these conceptions that we come into healthcare with. And my hardest job is to break down those conceptions and reform truths. Does that make sense? So we're going to be going over a lot of information in this class, and some of it you're going to be like rolling your eyes like, that's a no-brainer, I got it, you know, move on. But understand that there are 1 or 2 of you in here that has a misconception that I've got to break through. Otherwise, you're going to take it to the test. And more importantly, you're going to take it out there to clinical life, and you're going to end up putting our patients at risk. CNAs never, ever have the ability to determine care. Ever. So if you in your mind are going, well, I'll just grab a walker and it's not on the care plan, you have become the nurse. You are now practicing nursing without a license. And lawyers love to get a hold of that. Make sense? Be very careful with the decisions you make. CNAs should not make decisions. So if the care plan doesn't say walker, can we use it? If we think that patient is unsafe to walk with a gait belt and we can't decide to use a walker, what do you think we should do? What would be our next step? Let the nurse know. So as a CNA, we only have 2 doors that we can use. That's it, just 2. We have 2 choices. We either follow the care plan or we notify the nurse. That's it. Simple. We don't change anything. We don't make decisions. We don't solve problems. We follow the care plan or notify the nurse. So with that knowledge in mind, what if the patient refuses care? What will we have to do? Report it to the nurse. Absolutely. So, man, I just simplified this whole course, didn't I? We get instructions and we follow it. If we can't follow it, we report it to the nurse. That's it. So, yeah, an hour into the class, you now have all the secrets of a CNA. That's it. You now have enough information that you could pass the test with that. Now, I got a lot more to tell you. We still have a long way to go, but that is the foundational truth of the test. You follow the care plan or you report it to the nurse. Good? Questions? All right, we're going to skip down to number 7. And I love 7 and 8, and I'm going to tell you why in a minute. 7 says you receive the displayed care plan. What vital signs are you required to obtain? Why? Easy answer, care plan. But we know that vital signs are important in healthcare. Why couldn't we just take them all while we're in there? I mean, what is it hurting? Why can't we just take all the vital signs while we're in there? Because it doesn't say it on the care plan. During the test, this is the most failed skill. Pulse. Not because people don't know how to take a pulse, but because during the test, they think they're going to get extra credit by getting fancy. And you actually end up failing because the test isn't testing you on how well you got that pulse. The test is testing you on whether you followed the care plan. That's what the test is all about. Can you follow directions? So some of the common testing errors for pulse is not counting for 1 full minute. Because if you look at question number 8, it asks how long should we count for? Care plan says 1 full minute. So I'm going to time out here for a second. How many of you guys know somebody that works in healthcare? Yeah, almost everybody. It's the predominant industry in our county. You probably know somebody that works in healthcare. If you go home and ask those people, hey, how long do you count for a pulse for? You're going to get a wide variety of answers. And one of the answers you're going to get is, oh, we don't count pulses anymore. We use that little clothespin thing called a pulse ox. We pop it on their finger and it gives us a number. We just write that number down. Super easy. Some people are going to say, oh, you always count for 1 full minute. Some people are going to say, oh, no, nobody has time for that. You count for 15 seconds and multiply that by 4 to get your full minute reading. The answer is all of those are correct. It depends on the care plan. That is correct. So what does this care plan tell us? 1 full minute. But during the test, people will count for 15 seconds and multiply that by 4, because if you go on to YouTube, that's what they're going to tell you to do on YouTube. And it's correct, but not for this patient. Make sense? Good. Now, another error that's made on the state exam with pulse is this care plan's very specific. It tells us to take the patient's radial pulse, and then it goes on to tell us where that radial pulse is. Anybody, can you read that for me? Let me know where the radial pulse is. Measured at the wrist. Okay, we got lots of pulse points in the body. You've got carotid pulses, you got brachial pulses, you got radial pulses, you got femoral pulses, you have popliteal pulses on the back of the knee, you've got dorsal pedalis pulses on the top of the foot, you've even got axillary pulses in the armpit. We got pulses everywhere. A pulse point is just a place where an artery lays over a bone. You can squish the artery against the bone and count the waves that are going through the artery. That's all a pulse point is. But this care plan tells us exactly which one to use. Now, there's another pulse that we can get called an apical pulse. And this is when we use a stethoscope and we listen to the heartbeat and we count the heartbeat. That is called an apical pulse, different pulse. So out of all of those pulse points, which one does our care plan want us to use? The radial at the wrist. Now, during the test, a lot of people try to get fancy because they think they're going to get extra credit. And they pull out a stethoscope and they listen to the heart to get the pulse. And then they wonder why they failed. Why did they fail? They didn't follow the care plan. The number doesn't matter. The way you get the number does. Make sense? Good. Don't get fancy on the test. Follow the care plan. Pretty easy. Now, I've talked a lot about the test, right? Wouldn't you like the care plans from the test? How many of you guys want the care plans from the test? If I could give you those care plans and you could look at them, wouldn't that be helpful? Right? To know what's coming so you could prepare for it. Yeah, those are the testing care plans right there. That's them. That's 4 of them. Those are the actual, you just read the actual, when you go take the test and they ask you to take a pulse, this is the care plan you're going to get, word for word. This is it. So how long are you going to count for the test? Which pulse point are you going to take? Radial. Where is it? Wrist. How do you know that? Care plan. They can't throw you a curveball. Now, the reason they can't throw you a curveball is because testing is standardized. So if you're testing in Miami or Jacksonville or Tallahassee or Tampa, it doesn't matter. If you get this skill, it is the same care plan because testing has to be uniform. Good? So I can give you the care plans from the state exam. Here's 4 of them. You want the rest? Go to page 25. These are all the testing care plans. Now, let me explain this really quickly. During the test, the skills part of the test, because in the test, you have 2 parts. You have a written test we have to take. Watch the game show tomorrow to get prepared for that. And we have we'll have another game show on toward the end of your program. But, and you have a skills part of the exam where you have to demonstrate skills, right? So written, remember, we follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. And skills, we follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. So both of these tests are designed basically to ask the same thing. Can you follow directions? Good? Make sense? All right. So that's what everything is about. But during the test, the skills part, you're going to get 3 skills that you need to demonstrate. And you're going to demonstrate them in the order listed. So if you look on page 25, the very first care plan there has respirations, range of motion of the hip, knee, and ankle, and dressing a resident with a weak arm. Those 3 skills are what we call a set of skills. They go together. For the test, this is how it would be presented. You have to do them in the order listed. There are 11 care plan sets. So during the test, you are going to get one of those 11. That's what these are. In fact, the test has them yellow on laminated paper, but their yellow isn't as bright and cheerful as my gold. It's more boring. I like colorful, as you can see. So this is a care plan set. So everything you see on page 25 is on here. Mine come with some added bonuses. They're always up here for you to practice with. Okay. You can take them down on break and take a look at them. You don't need to take pictures of them because you have them in your book. But mine come with some extra features. Down at the bottom, it will tell you how long you would have to complete that set of skills. You have that in your book too. Do you see the little clock in the upper corner? That first one says 31. That's how much time you would have to complete that set of skills. Same thing as what's down here on these. And then on the back of these are the actual checklists that the evaluators are going to have to grade you with. Now, you don't have these. And let me explain why. You have access to them. They're always up here, but you don't need these. These are written for an RN, registered nurse. That's who's going to be grading you. They're not written for students. So in order to really decipher what this says and means, you kind of have to have that RN knowledge. That's not really going to help you a whole lot. So I don't give you these. What I do give you are step-by-step instructions on how to do the skills that meet all of these checklists. Good? Makes sense? We're going to get to that in a little bit. Put a pin in that. We'll come back to that. But these are what you have on page 25. And you have them in physical form in this classroom to be able to practice with. Questions?
These are minutes, right?
What's that?
Minutes.
Minutes, yes. Dimpless. I passed my CNA 2 months ago. Thank you, Nurse Patty. I've watched you every live and feel as if you explain way better than my teacher did. Thank you so much. Well, congratulations to you. Thank you so much for your support. We truly appreciate it. All right, so here are our skill rules. We're going to perform the skill as directed on the
Care plan.
We're going to follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but that means we don't add to it, we don't subtract from it. It is what it is, right? While we're doing those tasks, we should be making observations. And then who do we report those observations to? The nurse. Okay, so remember I said we had to learn all those things on the back wall? You've got one of them down already. Pretty easy, right? Not hard. The rest of them are going to go about that easy. Okay, good? Questions? Okay. All right. Whoops. Let me go. We've already done that. Okay, and these are the care plan sets. Now, let me tell you a little bit about these care plan sets, right? These things, these are not random. They didn't pick 3 skills out of a hat and just put them together. This test is way more scientific than you think it is. I mean, way more. This is why I have been able to devote my career to studying this test, because it has layers on layers on layers. And I'm just going to kind of uncover a layer for you so you can understand that this is not random. Each skill falls into a specific category of skills. We have ADL skills. What is ADL? Activities of daily living. So these are things that you and I do for ourselves every day, right? Toileting, bathing, grooming, feeding, you know, that kind of thing, dressing. We have mobility skills. I'll get to that in a second, Jake. We have mobility skills, which are movement, anything movement related. And then we have documentation skills. Every person, every single one of you in this class will get a documentation skill. Everybody gets a documentation skill. Now for the test, there's 4. So you might get pulse. If you get pulse, how long are you going to count for? Why? Because that's what the care plan says. Good. Emptying the drainage bag. We'll get to that later. Actually, kind of the class 7 toward the end of the program. Feeding. We're going to get to that in class 6. And respirations. We'll get to that in class 3. So we are going to get one of these 4 skills, guaranteed. Guaranteed. I am going to give you a little secret. I don't know why. I'm not real big into the whole manifesting type thing, but I can tell you that the skill you dread is the one you get. Don't know why. Don't know why. So if it were me, I would probably dread respirations because that's the easiest skill. Start dreading that now. Okay. That way we can maybe stack the odds in your favor. All right, Jake, throw that comment up. Merlene says, I'm confused. Please help me. Is it possible to find I&O in a care plan? Thank you, Miss Patty. Yes. So this is a concept we haven't learned yet, right? We're still on day 1, but I'm going to answer this question real briefly. So if a patient is on intake and output, which means we're measuring all the fluid they take in and all the fluid that comes out, and fluid can come out in a variety of ways. We think of urine, which is predominantly how fluid comes out, but that's not the only way. We can have wound drainage. We can have emesis, which is vomit. We can have diarrhea. We can have blood that comes out of the body. So fluid can escape the body through a whole bunch of different ways. So intake, which would be what you drink, as well as IVs and irrigations and things like that, and output, which is what comes out of the body. If the patient is on intake and output, then it's going to be on the care plan for everybody in your role. Whatever goes into the patient, write it down. Whatever comes out of the patient, write it down. Now, as a CNA, we're going to be primarily consumed with things that go in through the mouth and come out through the bottom, right? That's primarily where we're concerned. But that doesn't mean that other people aren't going to have to document other intake and output based on their modalities. Nurses and surgeons and other healthcare providers. Make sense? Remember, that care plan isn't just for us, is it? It's for the whole healthcare team. So yes, it would be on the intake and output would always be on the care plan.
So these intake and output would also include, like if they had IV fluids given to them.
Absolutely, but the nurse is going to document that.
Not the CNA.
Not the CNA. Nope. Good. We're going to talk a little bit more about intake and output later in the program, class 6. We go over intake and output. So that's a little ahead of us, but I just wanted to answer that question because it does relate to the care plan. All right. So everybody good on the care plan? Chris, we're going to move on a little bit. Everybody good? Am I going too fast for anyone? Okay. So let's go to page 22. I want to talk to you about your scope of practice. Scope of practice. What does that mean? Well, a scope of practice is a set of rules that define what we can do, where we can do it, and how it needs to be done. That's your scope of practice. And if you ask 10 CNAs what their scope of practice is, you'll probably get 11 different answers because it's hard for people to agree on this. So I'm going to really simplify this for you. Your scope of practice is defined in 3 different places. Okay. We have our state statutes. State statutes is the legal framework that decides what you are allowed and not allowed to do as a CNA. Now, Florida's scope of practice legal framework, pretty wide open. Basically, they say, yeah, if a nurse thinks you're capable of doing it and you've been trained to do it, you can do it. Doesn't matter what it is. Pretty wide open. Next set of rules. So that's top. That's the first place we go is our state legal guidelines. The next place we go is your employer. Now, this is going to be part of your job description and your policies and procedures. Good so far? And this is why you're going to get a lot of different answers from CNAs, because a CNA in one place has been told one thing because that's based on their employer guidelines. But they think it applies to everybody in all settings, and it doesn't. It just applies to you in that one. Okay. Remember, state says as long as an RN thinks you can do it and you have been trained to do it, you can do it. Now, your employer may say, hold up, that's a little too wide open for us. And we are the ones that are going to get sued if you do something crazy. Right? Patients don't sue CNAs. You have no money. I mean, what are they going to get? Right? Who's the patient going to sue? Yeah, they have the big pockets. That CEO just got a multi-million-dollar bonus last quarter. They got big pockets. I'm suing them. So your employer is going to decide what they're going to allow you to do in that setting to mitigate their liability. Good? Good. And then below that, you have your nurse. And your nurse is going to play a part in this as well. And the reason for that is because even though you may have been trained to do a task, and even though I may think you can do the task, I may decide I don't want you to do that task. I want to do that task because ultimately I'm the one that's liable for the patient. Good? So a CNA scope of practice is going to depend on the legal framework of their state, the employer regulations, and the nurse's liability level. So it's really hard to define the scope of practice for you in your setting with this patient. And that's why there's a lot of confusion. Okay? So I'm going to try to simplify this for you a little bit, because one of the biggest questions I get is a CNA allowed to fill in the blank, make up a task? I don't care. Is a CNA allowed to take a catheter out? Is a CNA allowed to take an IV out? Is a CNA allowed to assist in surgery? Is a CNA allowed to work in a doctor's office, right? There's a lot of, is a CNA allowed to fill in the blank? And the answer to every one of them is going to be different. So I've got to give you some tools to help you understand how to answer those questions. And that's what we're going to talk about right now. Everybody good? All right. So at a fundamental level, we know that CNAs assist nurses. They help patients with their ADLs and some nursing tasks. Where do CNAs get their information from? The care plan. If the CNA cannot follow the care plan, what do? Report it to the nurse. If the CNA notices anything while performing the care plan, they report it to the nurse. So you guys understand that fundamental, right? Let me show you why this is important. Because CNAs, I love them. I love CNAs. You guys try so hard to make patients comfortable. And I love that. And when I'm a patient, I really want you guys as my CNA to make me comfortable. But a lot of mistakes are made when CNAs take matters into their own hand. And you make decisions without even thinking about it. You aren't even aware that you make decisions. So let's take a look here on page 22. Let's look at this very first bullet point. Our care plan tells us that the patient must remain upright from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. every morning. and the patient is sitting in a chair at the bedside and asks the CNA to assist her back to bed at 8:15 because she has a backache. What should we do? Patient's just sitting in a chair. They want to go back to bed. You want to make them comfortable. What should we do? We can't put her back in bed. I mean, it's just bed. What do you guys think? Ah, good. You're willing to argue with me. Good. Absolutely. I don't care how much this patient wants to go back to bed. Does care plan tell us we can put her back? Not till 9. We don't want to leave the patient sitting there in pain. That's just rude, mean. So what would we have to do? Report it to the nurse and let that nurse decide what's best. What we don't know about this patient, guys, is that she's on a medication that's taken every morning at 7 a.m. And that medication will eat the esophagus. Eat it. Like completely remove it from the stomach if the patient lays down. That does not sound like a good time. So when we give that medication, we keep the patient sitting up. So that corrosive effect does not affect the neck of the esophagus or the eating tube that connects your mouth to your stomach. Good? If you lay that patient down, you could kill him. Now, I don't want you to ignore the fact that the patient has back pain. That's kind of an important problem to address. So what would we have to do here? Report it to the nurse. So we need to understand our scope of practice. Our allegiance is always to the care plan.
So let's say that they're able to put themselves to bed. If we need to report to the nurse, do we leave them alone or should we get the nurse in the same room with you? Because what if they go into the bed while you're gone?
And that's, yeah, patients do that all the time. They do. So in that case, if I walked in the room, well, this patient right here, if I walk in the room at 8:15 and I go, I'm going to put the head of the bed up real quick. Let me go get the nurse. So I know you want to lay down. Just let me get you sitting up until the nurse can come in and see what we're going to do here. So I'm going to get the patient. I'm going to get myself into compliance with that care plan. Okay. Sometimes patients refuse. No, leave me alone. Let me lay down. Okay, that's fine. But I'm getting myself to the nurse quickly now. Because I don't know the other part of it. I don't know why the care plan says they have to sit up. That nobody gave me that information. I'm giving it to you so you understand there's always a why. But we don't know that. We don't know what's going to happen to that patient. We don't know why they're supposed to be sitting up. Anybody ever have a lumbar puncture or spinal tap? Anybody in here ever have that done to them? And when we think you have meningitis or a neurological condition that affects the brain or the spinal cord, a lot of times we'll take a little bit of your spinal fluid, just a little bit. To do that, we have to put a needle into your spinal column at the base of your back and pull out some fluid. Well, anybody ever been dehydrated? Makes you feel like crap, right? Well, when we do that, when we take your spinal fluid, we are dehydrating your brain. Literally, we're taking fluid off of the brain. And if you think dehydration makes you feel like crap, try dehydrating your brain. It'll really make you feel like crap. So gravity, of course, on planet Earth is going to pull all the fluid down. So whatever fluid left is down here, not up here. So when we do a spinal tap or a lumbar puncture, the patient should always be laying down afterwards so that fluid is not down here. It's more spread out, right? So this care plan could be because the patient just had some brain fluid removed and they're quart low. We don't know. We don't know why the care plan says what it says. We just know we have to follow it. Good? Make sense? Okay. So our scope of practice at the lowest level for us means we're going to follow the care plan because we don't know the why on the other side of that action. We will never know the why. If the nurse had to take time and explain the why for everything, nothing would get done. They just need to hand you a list and you go do the list. And they've got to have confidence in you that you're going to go do the list. Make sense? Now, if you are the person, guilty, who always has to know the why, go to school for nursing. That's actually how I got my start. When I was a brand new baby person, baby worker, I went to work at a local hospital in their purchasing department. This is an ideal job for an 18-year-old. You get to shop all day with a multi-million-dollar budget. I mean, what's not to love, right? Except that I had this why problem. And I would ask, why do we have 14 different types of needles? What's the difference? Why are there 16 types of scissors? And 3 of them go to this department, but nobody else uses them. Why? And I drove my managers nuts. They're like, I don't care. I don't know. Just order them. But why? So our sister department was sterile processing, where they sterilized instruments and made the packs for surgery. And they had an opening in that department and nobody was filling it. So my manager decided that I could cross-train into that department to fill that position. I didn't know any better. Okay. So I was so I did my 40 hours and then another 20 hours, but I was young and that was okay. So I'm working in sterile processing and now I've got a whole lot more why questions. Why does this doctor want this done in this order and this doctor wants the packs in this order? Why? Drove them nuts. So my supervisor in sterile processing, he was a nurse by the name of Jim, and I'll never forget him because I was young and nobody in my family had ever gone to school. I didn't know the first thing about higher education. I mean, we barely made it through high school. And he put me in his car one day at lunch. Said, come on, we're going to go. Okay. So I got in his car and he drove me to the local vocational school and he had already made an appointment with the counselor. And they sat down and went through everything with me. And he got me enrolled in the LPN program. I had no idea how to do any of that. But he knew because I asked why that I would probably make a good nurse. And I thank him for starting me on this journey. But if you are a why person, find somebody to help you take that next step. Bless you. So at a fundamental level, that is our scope of practice. We are going to follow the care plan or report to the nurse anything that we notice. Good? Okay, so we have our legal frameworks, we have our employer policies and procedures, and then we have the nurse. But for us, we have to remember this. So the next step up, past the care plan, when we're trying to figure out, can I do that, is going to focus on delegation. So let me go, hold on. We're going to come back to this. We're going to come back to slide 15 in a minute. But we have to start thinking about, because our nurses are going to start asking us to do things that maybe we don't know if we're allowed to do. And this is going to be your question. Am I allowed to do that? So we have to know about our scope of practice in order to be able to answer this question. Okay, and I'm going to give you the key to answering this question. So the notes for this are on page 14. When we're talking about delegation, delegation means a nurse or a care plan asks you to do something. Brushing teeth is a task that I delegate to you. Dressing is a task I delegate to you. Ambulate is a task I delegate to you. Because ultimately, as the nurse, those are all tasks that I am responsible for this patient. Nurses always have liability for everything that has to do with the patient. If I ask you to dress the patient and they don't get dressed, it's on me. If I ask you to feed the patient and you don't feed them, it's on me. Nurses have the liability. Make sense? Good? This is why I said that scope of practice has to do with the nurses as well, because I am liable for everything that happens to this patient. If I have been working with you for a while and I notice that you're have a great work ethic, you do exactly what I ask you to do, you make good observations, we're good. I may train you to do some other tasks to free my time up. If I'm working with you and I notice that you start to do things your own way, you're not really following directions all that well, I'm probably not going to train you to do anything extra because I can't even rely on you to do the things I need you to do. Good? Good. So that's what delegation is. Now, as a nurse, I have some qualifications for this. So the first thing I have to figure out if it's something that I want to delegate is, first of all, can I even do it? Like, I can't delegate to you something that I can't even do. I can't, what's your name? Ricardo? Dakota, thank you. I can't say, Dakota, I want you to do open heart surgery on this patient at 10 a.m., right? That's not even something I can do. I can't delegate it to you. So the first thing is, at a very, very basic level, can I even do this? Second question that I have to ask is this a routine task? Routine. Routine means I don't expect any surprises here. When you're brushing your teeth, nothing usually comes up, right? It's usually the same thing over and over and over and over and over. No surprises, because surprises mean you have to make a decision. So, is it a routine task? The next question I have to ask myself is this a stable patient? Again, no surprises. And then I've got to know whether you've been trained to do that task. Now, this is why all of you guys are in a classroom, is the training part. Because if we leave it up to you, you guys are all going to be like, well, yeah, I watched a YouTube video on this and I watched a YouTube video on that, but I don't know who's been trained to do what. Make sense? That's why you're in a classroom. For consistency. Not because these things are hard. It's just for consistency. So, is it something I can do? Is it a routine task? Is the patient stable? Has the CNA been trained? And do they know what to do if something goes wrong? Okay. So I got to answer those 5 questions in order to delegate stuff. Mouth care, pretty easy, right? I can delegate that to you. I know you've taken a CNA class. You know how to brush teeth. This patient's pretty stable. It's a routine task. I don't expect anything to come up. If you notice something along the way, just let me know. Routine task. Getting somebody dressed, routine task, right? That's where most of what CNAs do is going to live, because that's part of the delegation thing. But understand that every task you do has been delegated to you, every one of them. The only people that can delegate are nurses. CNAs can't delegate. So what's your name? Uni? All right, so if I ask Uni to go brush this person's teeth and Uni can't get to it because she's got way too many things to do, it just kind of fell through the cracks. What's your name? Cheyenne. Uni can't tell Cheyenne, hey, go do that, because she can't delegate. Who's legally liable for this patient? The nurse. So if I, as the nurse, ask Uni to do something and she didn't do it, who's on the hook for it? Me. Now, if she delegates it to somebody else, I didn't do that. I'm legally liable. You've asked somebody to do something I didn't ask them to do. You cannot delegate. You will have one test question on that. The answer will be, or, try to get you to delegate it to somebody else. You cannot. Your responsibility is to let the nurse know that you can't do that task. Good? Make sense? So that's delegation. So the answer to the question, am I allowed to do that, is, it depends. Is it on the care plan? Or did the nurse ask you to do it? Because care plans can be verbal too. Is it a stable patient? Is it a routine task? Have you been trained to do it? And do you know what to do in the event of an emergency? If the answer is yes to all of those, then it doesn't matter what that is. You can do it. So can CNAs be trained to take out catheters? Yes. Can CNAs be trained to take, you okay? You okay? There's water in the fridge. Go get some water. Go get some water out of the fridge. In the back. I need a drink now. Can CNAs be trained to swaddle babies? Yeah. Can CNAs be trained to take out IVs? Yeah. Now, so the answer to that, am I allowed to do that, hinges on, have you been trained to do that? But remember, it's not just the nurse that determines that delegation thing. It's also your employer. So what's your name? Madison. I will not remember all your names after today. I will try, but I will not. So Madison, let's say you go to work at the hospital right down the road. And they train you, they hire you in the mother-baby unit, they train you with the little babies and helping the moms, and you swaddle babies, and it's fantastic. You love it. But you move and you go to a different hospital and you apply there and you say, hey, I was working in the mother-baby unit. I've got all these skills. And they go, well, we don't hire CNAs in the mother-baby unit here. Well, that's because that facility considered that an okay risk that they were willing to take on. The new facility is like, oh no, we're not going to have anybody in that mother-baby unit unless they're a nurse. Does that make sense? That's because, did you guys hear about that? Like 2 months ago? You guys? Oh yeah, that happens all the time. But this, yeah, that happens all the time. I'm going to be doing a podcast at some point on very bad misbehaving medicals. Yeah, there's way more than you would think. But this was a nurse who was working in the NICU. So this is somebody who obviously should have known better. This is a nurse. This is a NICU nurse working with babies that are like under 5 pounds, the most vulnerable among us. And the baby was attached to heart monitor. And she put the monitor box in her pocket and walked away and pulled the baby out of the incubator. Baby fell on the floor and ended up dying because of a brain bleed. Yeah. Yeah. So is this somebody that should have known better? This is careless. I don't care how busy you are. That is just careless. So because of that situation right now, anybody that's not a nurse in the mother-baby unit, probably not being hired. If we can't trust nurses, I certainly can't trust you. Does that make sense? So your facilities are going to make decisions based on things that are happening in the real world. So the answer to, am I allowed to do that, is, well, it depends. What does the state say? What does your employer say? What does the nurse say? And is it on the care plan? But in Florida, it's pretty wide open. We can have you trained in a lot of different things. And this is why not every place is equal. Let's say that, what's your name? Sydney. Sydney, you go to work at the rehab place, or I'm sorry, the same day surgery center up on the road. And you're going to work in pre-op in the same day surgery center. So you're getting these people in their gowns, slipper socks, putting all their stuff in the belongings bag, inventorying it all, making sure that they have their ID bracelet on, making sure that they pee before the catheter goes in, you know, all that kind of stuff. Pretty basic stuff, right? But it's all on the care plan. You're going through your checklist. You've got your orders and everything. And what's your name? Daisy. And Daisy is also working at the same place, but she's working in post-op. So she's getting people ready to go home. And Daisy is trained to take the catheter out, right? So, because that's something you're not going to be taking catheters out. They don't have any. So she's got a different skill than you do. You are both CNAs. You both work in the same place, but you have two different skills. Why? Right. It's two different types of care. So this is why Florida is wide open, because we have lots of different types of care and lots of different skills that we may need to train you on, depending on what you're doing in that place. Good? Do you guys have a little better understanding of delegation? Ultimately, though, who holds the liability? No matter what, the nurse holds the liability. So let's go to page 13 now. We're going to take a break here in just a few minutes. So I went through all of that, everything we just talked about, to cover this. You can see this at the bottom of every poster over there. I also have a big version of it over here in my little office area that you can't see, but this is what it looks like. This is your scope of practice. This is what we call the 5 key phrases. If I could give one piece of advice to every CNA instructor out there, I would tell that instructor, quit answering questions. It's a little counterintuitive, isn't it? Why would I tell an CNA instructor to quit answering questions? This is why. When you come up with what if questions, and you guys will all have what if questions throughout this program. What if the patient can't walk? What if the patient is unsteady? What if the patient refuses to eat? What if the patient, what did you ask a little while ago? Yeah, gets in bed by himself, right? A million what if questions. When I answer those questions, it is only for that one patient. That information does not translate to any other patient anywhere. So did I really help you? That's a fictional patient. Doesn't even exist. I did not give you the tools you needed. What you need are answers that point you in the right direction for that patient. And that's what this is. So my first question is going to be to all of your what if questions. Did you look at the care plan? That's where your answer is going to be. If it's not there, who do we ask? The nurse. Absolutely. This is what we follow. The care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. This forms our foundation. This is what we stand on as CNAs, but we need some walls to keep us confined, because otherwise we will go out and do all kinds of things we're not supposed to be doing. So what are our walls? Well, CNAs do normal. We just talked about this. Routine tasks on stable patients. If it's not a routine task, can we do it? If it's not a stable patient, can we do it? If it requires judgment, can we do it? If we think a surprise can happen and we're going to have to make a decision, can we do it? Okay. CNAs do normal. Now, the other wall is something we haven't covered yet, but it's the principles. So how do we do these tasks? Now that we know what to do and who to do it on, how do we do it? And that's what we're going to learn on that back wall. Those are principles. These tell us how to do the tasks. So what to do, who, how. And then above all, we have to remember that it's always about the patient. Always about the patient. And then the final consideration is that we're going to report all observations. Because if we don't do that, then whatever we did is basically for nothing, because nobody else knows what we know. And the patient isn't going to get the right level of care. So when we're talking about scope of practice, even though this is a huge topic, very complex, it really can be distilled down into these 5 things. Follow the care plan, make sure your patients are stable and you're not making any decisions. Use the principles we're going to learn in this class to do the skills. Remember that your patients are why we're there, and report everything to the nurse. As long as you're in this, you are in your scope of practice. Good? Maria, good morning, Patricia. Thank you for your practice test and your online classes. I took my CNA on the 9th and I passed. Congratulations. Great job, Maria. Great job. All right, any questions on that? Your scope of practice is what keeps you safe from liability. Remember I said the nurses are the ones that have liability? Well, as long as I make the decisions and tell you what to do and you do those things the way I tell you to, I'm willing to accept the liability for it. I'll be on the chopping block. That's fine. But if you start making decisions on your own, if you start doing things that I did not tell you to do, you think I'm going to take responsibility for that? That's on you. So if I have a care plan that says, walk the patient with a gait belt, you go into the patient's room, they're all unsteady, you don't come tell me, you decide to grab a walker instead and walk them. You think I'm going to take liability for that? What should you have done? Yeah, and report it to the nurse. Patients unsafe. You don't think they're safe to walk, don't grab a walker, grab a nurse. Because when that patient falls, I'm not going to take responsibility for that. That CNA should have come to get me. No, in that case, the patient shouldn't be walking at all. Let me take a look at him and see what's going on first. Gait belts don't really provide stability. What they do, it doesn't keep your patient from being unstable. What it does is help us lower the patient to the floor before a fall happens. So a walker can actually improve stability and balance. Yeah. So walkers, in that case, if your patient is unsteady and we've got an order for a gait belt and you come tell me, hey, they're too unsteady for a gait belt, I may go get an order for a walker. I mean, that sounds like a reasonable, but that's not a decision you can make. Good. Truthfully, that's not even a decision I can make. I've got to call physical therapy. Make sense? Okay. So we have to understand that liability is going to drive this bus. As long as you are operating within your scope of practice, your nurses are accepting your liability. If you're not in your scope of practice, you're liable. Good? All right, we're going to go ahead and take our break. We're going to take a 15-minute break. I'll have a timer up on the screen for the break, so you'll be able to see how much time is left. Please remember the mic is still active during breaks, but we have food and drink in the back. There's bathroom. Get up, stretch your legs, and we will return. 24. Absolutely.
We also have drinks and snacks in the back there by the fridge. Help yourselves. There's a coffee maker and a bunch of different Keurig stuff too.
And yeah, there's Keurig coffees back there. If you smoke, please make sure that your cigarette butts go in the receptacle, not on the sidewalk.
We will need everyone to do the opt-in on the website for us to get set up with the new emailing system.
All right.
MailChimp does have options to create opt-in forms, but they're landing pages embedded in the website. So that'll be a different process that we'll have to establish.
Okay, good. Thank you for checking into that, Jake.
There is also a way for us to
Give me a second. Am I muted?
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna take the long, I mean, it's already like,
And we're back. Everybody good? Hi. All right. Any questions so far on what we've gone over? Am I going too fast for anybody? Too slow? Okay. Please be aware that I am standing and of a certain age now. So the room feels warm to me. I know it probably doesn't to you because you're sitting. So if it gets too cold, somebody throw something at me and we'll adjust the AC. Is it freezing? Jake, you're right under the vent. Yeah. Yeah. Remember, I'm way over here and a little older. So, all right. A word about your t-shirts. All of you guys, well, most of you guys got t-shirts. If you look on the back of your t-shirts, I know you can't see it on the front, but if you look on the back of your t-shirts, in the words, the for your CNA, the for your, all of the things in those letters, all those words, those are all the principles that we're going to learn. And in the CNA, those are all the cheats for the written test. This is a cheat shirt. Yep, I put it on the back so that you wouldn't cheat. But if you have a neighbor, this truly is our entire class in one shirt. And then that QR code takes you directly to our live stream page that has all of our resources. So we made it super easy for you to get to all of those resources. So that QR code that's on the both the front and the back of your shirt, that goes to the site where I need you to sign up, do that sign-in form. So just point your camera at the QR code, hit open in whatever your, Safari, Chrome, whatever, and make sure you fill that out before you leave today. Because if you don't, you won't get the wrap-up emails. Our system won't send them to you. Okay. All right, so let's talk about the test. Now that you have the cheat shirt to pass the test, let's talk about it. What to expect on the CNA exam is on page 12. We're going to talk about the test throughout the program, little by little, but we're going to do a real brief overview here today. And again, I'll talk about the test a little bit, pretty much every class. But this is a brief overview. On testing day, you will go to a testing center. We do not test here. Testing centers operate 7 days a week. They test at least 8 people a day. They test in groups of 8. So some testing centers do 8 people a day. Some do 16 a day, 2 groups of 8. Every testing center is a little bit different. They're mostly in large metropolitan areas. That's why we don't have one here in Spring Hill. I used to actually have a testing center in Spring Hill. But basically they consolidated them to large metropolitan centers that can accommodate that kind of volume. Because you figure 56 people a week are tested there. A lot of volume. So on testing day, you're going to go to Tampa is our closest. Those of you from Citrus County, there is one in Ocala that you can go to. But you'll go to your nearest testing center. When you go, these are the things you're going to want to take in with you. Your test admission letter. If you don't have it, it's okay. You don't have to print it. But if you have it printed, take it in with you. Your keys and 2 forms of ID. One of them, a non-expired state-issued government ID. The other is anything with a signature that has the same name. So debit or credit card, a passport, Social Security card is usually used. But basically just, they've got to verify your identity. There's a woman down in Miami, it's probably about 10 years ago, that was actually being paid by other people to take the state exam. So they've got to make sure that you truly are you, you know. I wouldn't want somebody taking care of me that got their license that way. They don't know to follow the care plan, right? They're going to put me at risk. So this is what we're going to take in with us. A note on the ID, though, real quick. And this just came up over the last couple of weeks. I had a student that went in to take the test, and they wouldn't let her test because her ID had expired, and she didn't know it. So most of us don't look at our driver's licenses very often to see when they expire. Sometime during this course, just give your ID a quick once over and make sure that it's not expired. They don't give refunds, by the way. She was out $155. And that's how much the test is. Yep.
I have a question about it.
Sure.
I know that they just updated the policy for like flights and stuff for the real ID and stuff. Does that have an effect if it doesn't have that?
No. And interestingly enough, it doesn't even have to be a Florida ID. Yeah, if you've got, there are people, I probably shouldn't say this live, but there are, because Florida allows challengers on the test. You don't have to take a class in Florida to take the test. Anybody can take the test. So there are people who fly down from North Carolina, take the test in Florida, get certified, and then transfer that back to their home state, and they get to avoid that mandatory education. Because not all states, no, but some you can. And education's expensive, especially when it's mandatory. Some of these CNA classes in other states are $2,000 to $3,000. Plane tickets a little cheaper than that. So it does happen. So yeah, Florida even will let you test if you don't live here. So it doesn't have to be a Florida ID. You don't have to show proof of residency. Nothing like that. You can even use a passport or a military ID. Just make sure it's non-expired. All right, so when you go to the testing center on testing day and you take in your 2 forms of ID and your keys, you cannot take in your electronic devices. If you take a cell phone or a tablet into the testing center with you, they will make you lock it in a locker. You will not get access to it until after the test is over. So it's much better to leave it in your car. I'll tell you why in a few minutes, but it's much better to leave it in your car. Don't take it in. When you go in, they're going to check you in. You're going to go into a waiting room, and there's evaluators who are RNs, and they're going to make sure that you are you by looking at your IDs. They're also going to do a quick head to toe on you to see who you are, who's coming in to test. How are these people going to represent our industry? You want to make sure that you look the part. There is no dress code for this. You don't have to be in scrubs. You could technically go test in a pair of cutoffs and a bikini top. I have seen it. But that's not really how we want to present our industry. So please, even if you're not going to be in scrubs, you don't have to be. But please make sure that you are dressing to reflect the job that you're going to be doing. Okay? No offensive graphics on the t-shirt. No beach wear. The only dress code requirement is closed-toed shoes. That's all they require. So you can test in jeans or leggings or capris or bikinis. Once they get you checked in, and in Florida, there usually are 2 evaluators. Now, this is changing a little bit because of shortages. We apparently are in an evaluator shortage at the moment, and not all testing centers are going to have 2 RNs. So it doesn't matter. It won't affect you one way or another. But after the evaluator or ERS check you in, they're going to disappear. And they're going to be gone for like 20 to 30 minutes. And you're going to be sitting there tapping your feet. Because remember, you don't have a phone. And we are used to instant distraction. Instant entertainment. So you're going to be sitting there tapping your toes. Do not make friends on testing day. You can make friends any other time in your life, but do not make friends on testing day. Keep to yourself, and this is why. I'm talking from experience here, guys. You are there to test, and you are there with 7 strangers. You will not be testing with the people in this room. You are not going to know the other people in there. You are there with 7 strangers. And the problem is you're nervous because you're about to test. It's perfectly okay to be nervous. But what's going to end up happening is you're going to start talking about the test. You're going to say like, oh my gosh, I really hope I would feel horrible if I failed hand washing. I'm scared to death I'm going to fail hand washing. Somebody told me that they heard yada, yada, yada about hand washing. And somebody else is going to chime in and say, oh yeah, 10 paper towels. I really hope that I remember to get 10 paper towels. And somebody else is going to go 10? 10 what? 10 paper towels. That's what my teacher told me that we needed, 10 paper towels for hand washing. Somebody else is going to go, I didn't learn that. I learned that you needed 4. And then somebody else is going to go, 4? My teacher said it didn't matter. What do you think that does to your confidence? Yeah, you think you were nervous before you start talking about this kind of stuff, and you're going to be all kinds of mixed up. And that's not how I want you to enter the test. Paper towels don't matter for the test. You can use 2, you can use 4, you can use 10. Nobody cares. But there are a lot of instructors out there that overly complicate things to make themselves look important. My job is to simplify this for you. I don't need to look important. I need you to know what to do. But not all instructors are the same. So when you're in there and you're getting ready to test, don't make friends. Do not contribute to that conversation. Just stay quiet. Wish everybody luck. Now, after the test, go out and tell the world what you've learned. Evangelize, but not on testing day. There was a situation when we were a testing center where somebody in the waiting room gave advice to somebody else in the waiting room about how to do a skill. And that second person failed the skill. And after the test, they went after the person who gave them the information in the waiting room and tried to physically assault them in the parking lot. Do not give advice. Guys, this certification is going to make or break some of you. You need this for the next stage of your life. This is not random. This is not inconsequential. This is necessary for some of you to move on with your future goals. The stakes are high. Don't get involved in that. Okay? Make sense? All right. So after they check you guys in and they disappear, they're going to reappear after 20 to 30 minutes. And when they do that, they are going to take the group of 8, the 8 students that are there to test, and they're going to start pairing them off into groups of 2. This is not random. When they left for that 20 to 30 minutes and you were sitting there tapping your feet trying to figure out what to do because you were bored, this is what they were doing, is pairing people up. It's not random. It's very strategic. Because when you are there to test, you are going to get your care plan set. You guys remember this? But you need a patient to do these 3 skills on. And we don't do everything on the mannequin. In fact, we only use the mannequin for 4 skills. There's 20 skills you're going to have to perform. So that means 16 skills have to be done on a live person. You will be that live person for somebody else to do their skills on. You, for testing, will be a patient as well as a tester on testing day. Good? So when you go in and get checked in, they're looking at a lot of things with you. They look at your height, your overall body composition, what you're wearing that day. They're looking to see if you limp. They're looking at any casts or splints or bruises that you may have. Because let's say that you are going to have to do foot care, and I've got to have a patient for you to do foot care on, but she shows up with a wrapped ankle. You're not going to be her patient for foot care. Now I got to look around and see if I can find somebody else. So let's say that you're teeny tiny, you are going to have to transfer somebody out of bed and into a wheelchair. Well, I'm not going to find somebody bigger than you. I'm going to try to find somebody else that is, close to your body size. So they're going to pair you up in groups of 2. It's not random. Good. One of the things they're going to ask you, though, is do you have any conditions that would prevent you from being a patient for any of these skills? So if you just had dental surgery done, you might want to let them know, right? If you've got athlete's foot, you might want to let them know. If you are allergic to milk, feeding is a skill, you might want to let them know. We use pudding or applesauce to feed. Those are things that, you need to bring up during the test. But don't make this difficult on the evaluators, guys. The harder you make this, the worse your day is going to be. And this is why. Those evaluators don't want to be there. They really don't. They want to be at home in their pool, drinking their margaritas. And you are what's standing in their way. The sooner they can get all of you guys tested and gone, they get to go home. They're not there till 7 p.m. They're there till you're done. Now, in a perfect world, you'll be done at 1. And they get to go home and float in their pools. You make this hard on them, they're going to make it hard on you. Okay. So if you don't have any conditions, don't make one up because you don't want somebody brushing your teeth during the test. Good. Make it easy on them. They'll make it easy on you. All right. So once they've got you portioned out into groups of 2, they're going to take you into the testing center. Now, up until now, you've just been in a waiting room. Off that waiting room is going to be 2 rooms. One of the rooms is a clinical unit. It would be, if I had basically a wall here, and a wall here, this would be the clinical unit. This is it. It's very small. It's a small room. Doesn't need to be any bigger than this, like a patient room. And in that room will be a bed. There's going to be a mannequin. Could be in bed, could be hanging around in a corner. There will be a chair, which I don't have here. There's going to be a bedside table. There's going to be a supply cabinet. There's going to be a privacy curtain. And there's going to be a patient bathroom area with a sink and a toilet or a bedside commode. So it's all going to be in that same vicinity. But there's walls and a door. So all the people that are out in the waiting room cannot see what you're doing. They cannot hear your test. You are not performing on a stage in front of hundreds. You are performing in a private environment. And the only other person in there, other than the person grading you, is the one you're doing your skills on. Good? Questions? All right. When you go into the testing room, though, you've never been there. You don't know where to find anything. It's a brand new environment. You need some orientation. So that evaluator is going to show you around. These are the drawers. You're going to find all grooming stuff in the top, bathing stuff in the middle, toileting stuff in the bottom. We'll go over that through the class. This is your privacy curtain. This is how you close the curtain for privacy. This is how you open it at the end of the skills. Notice our curtain doesn't come out very far. It won't for the test either because you're being graded. We need to see what you're doing. It's just to simulate, to show that you are going to provide privacy. These are your supplies. They'll show you where everything is located. During the test, you can ask where to find anything. You can ask how to use equipment. How do I put the bed up? I know there's a controller. Which one of these do I press to put the bed up? Right? They will tell you how to use the equipment there. You can ask questions about that. Good? Questions? What you can't say is, so how do I brush teeth again? Once they show you around and you've gotten a good idea of the environment, they're going to pick one of you. So let's say that you two are group one, okay? When they break you up into 4 groups, I forgot to go over this. So you guys are group 1, don't go anywhere yet. You guys are group 2, you've got about 45 minutes to kill. You don't have to stay in the waiting room. You can go out to your car if you want. Remember, your phone is in your car and you can watch videos and review and, because you can't have any study material in the waiting room. So you can go out to your car and kind of hang out and review. You guys are group 3. You've got like an hour and a half before you have to be back. Go do some Target clearance shopping. Clear your head. You guys are group 4. You've got about 2.5 hours before you're going to come in for your test. So margaritas, 2 for 1 at Chili's. We'll see you in a little while. Okay. You guys would be brought into the testing center, shown around, and then I'm going to pick one of you to go first. You're closer, I'll pick you. So can you give me a number 1 to 11? 10. All right. So the computer randomly picked skill set 10 for you. This is your skill set. I can't trust that you know how to read, so I'm even going to read it to you. Your skills are to measure, record pulse, perform passive range of motion to elbow and wrist, and provide a partial bed bath to resident in bed. Each one of those is going to tell you specifically how to do that. So the evaluator is going to read the care plan to you, and then they're going to hand it to you, and that is your care plan throughout the entire test. You can put it down somewhere, go over and read it as many times as you want to. You are not restricted from that care plan. It is yours throughout the test. Okay? So you don't have to what did that care plan say? I don't remember. Go read it. Now you're going to do those 3 skills on her. When you're the patient, you're going to get some very specific instructions. First of all, be pleasant and cooperative and you. So if she has to walk you, you're going to walk like you walk. Right? You're not going to turn into a 90-year-old invalid okay, it's not the time to try to win an Academy Award. Right? We're going to be us. Good? Questions? You're also going to get a script. They're going to tell you what to say and when to say it for skills that require patient interaction. Now, when you are doing those steps, the evaluators have a checklist in front of them. And everything that you do, they're going to check off of the checklist. You can see the checklist on the back side of these forms if you want. But I'm going to show you some videos in here as well. On my videos, and we'll start seeing videos next class, but on my videos at the bottom of the screen, you're going to actually see all of the checkpoints as I perform them. So everything that's on that checklist is going to be on the screen for the videos. Now, I just finished the videos last week. So you guys get all the new ones. You're the first class that gets all the new videos. And I'm getting fantastic feedback on this the new format that I've used. But you're going to get to see the actual checklists. Good? Questions? When you are done with your 3 skills, you will become the patient and she will get her very own care plan, which will probably be a different care plan. Remember, they have to pair you up, right? So they usually don't put 2 people together that have the same care plan set. Questions on that? At the end of the test, when you've done your 3 skills and she was your patient, and then she does her 3 skills and you're her patient, you guys go back out to the waiting room and you guys are brought in. And we're going to do it again. Show you around, You'll get your care plan. You'll do your 3 skills on her. She'll get her care plan, do her 3 skills on you. You'll go back out to the waiting room. You guys will be brought in. You'll each do your skills. You'll go back out to the waiting room. You guys stumble in from Chili's. You're feeling good. You'll each do your skills. You go back out to the waiting room. Once you've done that, once everybody is done, then you will take the written test. Now, I have a whole lesson on page 65 on that skills checklist, how they grade you. And we're going to talk about it a little bit as we go through the program. But I need you to understand that not all of these checkpoints count equally. One of the most common questions I get is, how many steps can I miss and still pass? And the answer is, it depends. What are you missing? If I'm the patient in the bed, for real, how many steps do you think I want my CNA to miss? None. So how many steps should we miss on the state exam? Ideally none, because at some point, we're going to be doing this on a real live human that really needs us to perform. So for me, I don't want you to miss any, because I'm going to be the body in the bed one day. I'm getting old. I'm not doing this, guys, for fun. I'm doing this because I got to make sure that when it's my turn to be in the bed, there are some good caregivers out there. How many of you have been a patient or gone to see a patient recently? What kind of CNAs do we have out there?
All kinds.
Yeah, all kinds. Do you know which ones I'm running into? Yeah, the ones that didn't sit in my class. So I am creating my next army of caregivers. How many steps do I want you to miss? None. But let's talk about missing steps, because you're going to be nervous on test day. I get it. I get it. By the way, this is something I'm going to give you a different perspective you probably didn't think about. How many guys know that you're going to have to do skills on test day? How many guys are nervous because you know you're going to be watched? I teach for a living to millions, right? But if I were being tested and I knew that I was being watched and graded, I would be nervous as well. We always are, because we're not real sure if we really measure up, not when somebody else is judging us. I get it. You're going to be nervous. But here's the thing. The test is the first time that you're going to be watched during a skill, not the last. Not the last. As the RN, you guys are being delegated skills by the RN. That RN is assuming liability. You don't think that RN is watching what you're doing? They're watching. It's their license on the line. Do you think that patient doesn't care what you're doing to their body? They're watching. And guys, they're the ones that count. You think those family members aren't watching what you're doing to their family member to make sure that you're not hurting them? They're watching. The test is the first time you're being watched, not the last, and not even the most important. Does that make sense? If you put it in that perspective, your stress level should go down a little bit. Okay, good? Good? All right, so when you do the test and the evaluators are grading you on this checklist, not all of these are counted equally. Let's just pick on this lady for a second. Let's say that we are assigned to do mouth care, brush her teeth. Is she in a safe position for mouth care? Why? Yeah, she's laying down. And if we give water, you know, she could choke, or the technical term is aspirate, liquid going into the lungs where liquid does not belong. So what could we do to keep her safe while we're brushing her teeth? Yeah, get her in a sitting position somehow. Raise the bed, get her sitting on the side of the bed. Ideal world, she'd go to the bathroom and we could brush her teeth there. Whatever the care plan tells us to do, right? But we got to get her upright in some way. If we don't get her upright, there's serious consequences to this patient. Now, you guys are all familiar with mouth care, right? You've brushed your teeth before. When you brush your teeth, you probably don't brush your teeth like this. How do you brush your teeth? Like this. Why? Gravity. Why is gravity important?
I don't want to aspirate the toothpaste or the water or my own saliva.
Okay, so aspiration, but that's not the only reason. If you are like this, where is all that toothpaste going to go? Yeah, you're going to get your clothes all icky. You're going to drip all over yourself. You're going to be a gross, wet mess. So we do this so all of that toothpaste goes into the sink. Make sense? Probably never thought about it, but that's what you do. You go over the sink and you brush so that everything falls in here, not here. Now, if our patient isn't standing over a sink in this position, if we've got them sitting up in bed and they're in this position, all of that stuff is going to go here. What could we put on their chest to keep their clothes from getting to be a gross, wet mess? Bib, paper, towel, washcloth, paper towel, anything. I'll take anything. But we're going to put something on their chest to help collect all of that stuff. Right? Good? Okay. So putting the head of the bed up is a checkpoint. Putting something over their chest is a checkpoint. Which one of those, if we did not do it, would kill the patient? Head of the bed. If we brush the patient's teeth with them lying down, it could kill them. That is a more important step. It's going to count more on the test. If we forget to put something over their clothes, well, their clothes are going to get messed up, but nobody died from that. It will count against you, but not as much. Each one of these steps is weighted differently. Make sense? So I can't tell you how many steps you can miss and still pass because nobody has that answer. It depends. What step did you miss? How important was it to the patient's well-being? And how many other steps did you miss? And how does that impact what you did? Good. So the answer to that is don't miss any steps. Treat that patient as if it's me in the bed. And you'll do just fine. Good? Good? I was contacted last month by somebody to do an interview. And she had taken my class back in 2007. And I told you I've been doing this a long time. And she is now an RN and in school. She's actually a nurse practitioner. She's in school to get her master's. And that's what she needed the interview for. And she said, now this course has changed tremendously since 2007, but she's caught some of my lives. And she said, you know, it's really funny because I still think of you when I'm taking care of my patients. I treat my patients as if it were you in the bed. And it keeps me in the right frame of mind. If you do that, if you take to heart everything that I'm telling you, you guys will become exceptional caregivers. It's not enough to go through the steps. We have to restore care to health care. And the way we do that is through our direct caregivers, you guys. Okay, so along the way, I'm not just going to teach you the steps, I'm going to teach you how to treat the person we're doing the steps on, because that is every bit as important. Does this make sense? All right, so as you're doing your skill, that evaluator has this checklist, and they are checking off the steps that you do correctly. If you do a step incorrectly, you don't get a check mark. If you don't do the step at all, you don't get the check mark. Anything without a check mark is called a deficiency, and that goes into the computer at the end of the test. The computer is the one that's going to decide based on your deficiencies whether you pass or fail using that weighted scale. Okay, good. All right. After the skills test, you'll have a written test. It's multiple choice, 60 questions. You have 90 minutes to do that. The written test, after I'm done with you, should be pretty easy. There's 5 main categories to the written test. I break them down into 5 different types of categories than all the literature out there, but it's pretty easy. First, know your role, right? You got to know what a CNA does. Know your role. Do CNAs make decisions? Half of the questions on the exam are going to try to get you to make a decision. Should you ever make a decision? Who should you go get? The nurse. If that's one of the answers, notify the nurse. It's probably the right answer. Okay, so know your role. The second category is know your normals. Normal vital signs, right? We have to report abnormal. So if you don't know what normal is, how in the world are you going to report abnormal? But you also need to know what's normal for aging. We're going to be working with aging populations. How do we know what to report if we don't know what's normal? Know your normals. We're going to learn that along the way. We also need to know about safety. Now, safety is found in the details. All of these principles that we're going to learn, that's the majority of what I'm going to teach you in this class is all about safety. How to do these skills using the principles. Principles will cover safety. Patient rights. We're going to talk about that. But patients have rights. And they're human. Treat them that way. And then we have infection control, which we're going to get into in detail throughout the program. But specifically, our next class is going to focus a good portion of that class on infection control. And that's what the written test is going to cover. I have a whole book on this, an ebook. You can download. It's 4YourCNA.com/ebook. It's this book here. This is the only physical copy I have. You can flip through it, but the ebook you can download for free. And that'll be in your wrap-up email as well. It's workbook style. When you're done with the test, you're going to get some printouts that look like this. This is the printout from the written test. It tells you the 5 categories, how many questions were in the category, and how many you got right. Pretty self-explanatory. The second printout that you will get looks a lot like the first one, but this is on the skills. At the top of each one, it's going to tell you, congratulations, you passed, or you were unsuccessful, you failed. At the bottom of this page, it tells you, starts to tell you the skills that you had. It'll go over to the next page, and then you're going to get this feedback page. This are your deficiencies, the things that did not get the check marks. This is what determined whether you passed or failed. Pay attention to this. Just because you passed doesn't mean there's not opportunity for improvement. Pay attention to that page. So along the way, I told you this earlier, I realized that the same steps were repeated on all the skills. When I looked at all these checklists, the same step always showed up in the number 1 spot. Exactly the same. I thought, wow, if I can teach patients or students to do that, they'll get that check mark for every single skill. But it wasn't just the first one, it was also the second one. And then at the end of the skills, they all ended the same way. and more of the same. So what I realized as I started to really dive into these checklists is that I could make this so much easier to teach students if I just told them, do these things at the beginning of every skill and do these things at the end of every skill, and like half of your checklist would be checked off. Without even doing the skill itself, half of your checklist is checked off. And that's what we came up with, the principles. This is the opening. This is how we start every single skill. Doesn't matter what the skill is. Get rid of the skill for a minute. Every skill is going to start this way. Every skill is going to end the same way with the closing. Every washing skill is going to be done the same way. It doesn't matter whether you're washing a hand, a foot, a body, a peri area, a catheter. It doesn't matter. All washing skills are done the same way. If you're going to use supplies, you got to have a place to put them. That's always handled the same way. If you're using a basin of any kind, anything that held liquid, it's all going to be cleaned the same way. If you're going to use anything off of the supply shelf, it's all got to be handled the same way. So let me teach you those things. And then we can put the skills together and they start to make sense because you know how to do all of those steps. So that's what we're going to do. There are 4 main ones that occur in every single skill that we learn how to do. Every single skill. And those are called the big 4. The skill rules, the opening, the glove rules, and the closing, they apply to every skill. It doesn't matter what we're doing. But if you look at this checklist, this is the actual checklist used by the evaluator, same words, exact checklist that you're going to use if you get range of motion shoulder, right? Out of all of these checkpoints that you have to get checked off, this is all that relates to that particular skill. Everything else is covered by a principle. Has nothing to do with the skill itself. It's covered by a principle. Every skill is going to be like this. So once you learn the principles, the skills become super easy to learn. Super easy. So we're going to start with the opening. We already learned to follow the care plan. So now we're going to learn how to start every skill with the opening. All of these principles are detailed on page 27 of your book. That's where you're going to find all of the principles, but we're going to go through them in detail in the class as well. I also have flashcards of these. Guys, I am the world's worst salesman. I really am. But I had students that got mad at me because they didn't know these were available. So I'm going to let you know about the things I have available. It's not a sales pitch. You don't have to buy them. Go make your own. It's fine. But we do have resources that can help you if you want them. So we have flashcards. They're up here. You can see them in the little plastic case. The flashcards have the steps of each skill. They have the supplies that you need for each skill, and they have all of these principles that we're going to learn already created on the flashcards for you. While you're in class, in this class, they're $14.99. Online, you that are attending virtually, they're $24.99. After graduation, they go up to $24.99 for you too. Or you can get some index cards and make them yourself. If you want flashcards or any of the things that we have, the card game, the flashcards, the practice kits, any of the things, let Jake know and he'll hook you up. All right. So before we learn about the opening, we have to talk just a little bit about the patient, because remember, it's always about the patient. So page 21 is going to talk to you about the patient. I want you to think about the last time you were sick. What is your mood like when you're sick? Yeah, grumpy, grouchy, sleepy, irritated, leave me alone. Where do you want to be when you're sick? Whose bed? My bed. Or my couch. Either is appropriate. Do I want to be out in the public? Do I want to be in a place that I am uncomfortable? No, I want to be as comfortable as possible because I'm sick. Guys, when we have a patient who is not in their comfortable place, because they're too sick to be in their comfortable place. You think they were grouchy before? They're in a strange place, surrounded by strange people, most of whom are hurting them. But it gets worse than that, because patients who are sick tend to obsess over the fact that they're sick. Patients in the hospital all think they're dying. Just ask them, they'll tell you. They will, because they're in a place that is not their home. They are too sick to be home. That ramps up the fear factor in a way that you would not believe. So are we meeting this person on their best day? No. Now, when you're sick or injured, what is the one thing that you need? Anybody know? What do you need when you're sick?
Comfort.
Rest, sleep, right? Anybody ever been a patient in a hospital? Do you know the worst place in the world to try to get rest? Oh, right. So the one thing you need to recover is rest. And yet every 17 minutes, there's somebody strange coming through that door, usually poking you, prodding you, inserting something somewhere, or hurting you in some way. Do you think that's going to improve our patients' outlook? No, because now they're sleep deprived. What is your mood like when you're sleep deprived? Oh, grouchy. So we are not seeing this person on their best day. Not by a long shot. And we should expect that we're not seeing them on their best day. So we should bring a little sunshine in with us and not expect them to provide it, because they're out. Now, as we're talking to the patient, we need to understand that we probably do not have their full attention. First of all, they're sleep deprived. But on top of that, they're probably medicated as well in some way. And they're probably a little not only hyper-focused on what's going on with them and how they're going to pay this bill and what's going to happen with their work and their quality of life and all those other things that go along with being sick, but they're also thinking about who's feeding my cat at home, who's picking the kids up from daycare, where is my significant other and what's happening with them. You do not have their full attention, not by a long shot. So if you say something to them and you do not get a response, don't get rude, like, come on, with me. Pay attention here, I'm talking to you. That's not how we should be approaching this. We should understand where they are at and meet them there, not expect them to be where we're at. We're healthy. Good? Sick people have a right to act sick. The maddest I ever got at a CNA in my career, and I still think about the CNA to this day, was a CNA that came out of a patient's room. Patient was having a very, very hard time. And the CNA had been fighting with the patient. I walked in and stopped it. And the CNA said, well, she started it.
Was she for it?
She wasn't there after I was done with her. It doesn't matter what mood your patient is in. It doesn't matter how they react to you. We're not paying our patients to be professional. We're paying you to be professional. And the one thing that I will absolutely not accommodate is a CNA who is being rude to a patient. Period. And almost every other CNA or every other RN out there is right there with me on that. But this impact goes way deeper than this one patient interaction. And let me show you something that you probably never thought about. How many of you guys have a hospital? Do not say names. How many of you have a hospital that you absolutely will not go to? Okay, over 3/4 of the class. Now, let's think of, do not say names. Let's think about this for a second. When you say that you have a hospital you will absolutely not go to, are you talking about the parking situation? Are you talking about the color of the building? The floors? You're probably not even talking about the food options. What are you talking about? What? Okay, so the care has nothing to do with the building. It has to do with the people inside that building, right? So you are not going to go to a place because of the people in that place. Is that fair? Fair? Okay. Is it possible that those people are not even still there at that place? And yet you still haven't changed your opinion. You're like, I don't care. I'm not going back there. Can't make me. Right? You have formed a long-term opinion on the care provided not by every person at that place, but by a very few people at that place that are probably not even still there. You, as an employee, have that power. Wrong patient interactions will cause somebody to make that exact same determination about your place of employment. Because if you stop and think about it, your impression of that place was probably based on 1, 2, or 3 people. Not everybody. We are the ones that spend the most time with the patients. CNAs spend the most time with the patients. So who do you think is going to influence their impression of our facility? Yeah. This matters. Make sense? Okay. Every patient is different. I'm just going to leave that there. Every patient is different. Do not treat all patients the same. Every patient is different. They will all come with a different care plan. They will all require different ways of relating to them. You've got to learn how to read people. You may not be good at it now, but throughout your career, you will get better at it. Every person is different. So during the exam, you might make a mistake because you're nervous. It's okay. You might make a mistake. And we know you're nervous. So during the exam, you can correct your mistakes. As soon as you realize you made a mistake, you would just say, correction. I would have. Whatever it is you want to correct. Now, some things are going to need to see. Some things, they're okay with a verbal. Like if you brush somebody's teeth from beginning to end and you forgot to close the privacy curtain, at the end of the skill, you realize, uh-oh, I didn't close the privacy curtain. You can say, correction, I would have closed the privacy curtain at the beginning of the skill and opened it at the end. And now you get a couple check marks. That paper doesn't know whether you did it or corrected it. Paper doesn't care. You got 2 check marks. Good job. So we're going to learn this in just a few minutes, actually. We are going to close the privacy curtain for every skill except one. And there are about half the skills that require it. Half of the skills are like, yeah, it's up to you or the patient. But you don't have to. You can just close the curtain as a routine. And that's what I'm going to teach you to do. I find less thinking, the better for the test. The less thinking we have to do, the better. So we're going to close the privacy curtain for every skill but one. And we'll get to that one in class 6. Bless you. All right, so corrections. One of the things that I'm going to train you to do is you're going to get your care plan. You're going to read your care plan. You're going to do your skill. And then at the end of the skill, you're going to go back and read that care plan one more time to make sure that you did what the care plan told you to do. When you're reading that care plan at the end, if you realize that you've made a mistake, correct it. Don't ignore it. But that's for the test. In real life, I'm not going to tell this patient, correction, I would have. That doesn't do this person any good. In real life, if we need to make a correction, who should we tell? The nurse. So in real life, if you make a mistake, this is all about ethics and accountability, guys. What we're training you to do is be ethical. You will make mistakes. There isn't a single healthcare provider on the planet that does everything perfectly. You will make mistakes. But ethics and accountability mean you recognize the mistakes and you own up to them. So for the exam, we're going to make corrections. In a clinical setting, we're going to report our mistakes to the nurse. We do not try to cover them up. The most common mistake that CNAs make and try to cover up is they accidentally pull out a patient's catheter and then they try to cover it up. No, they just leave it in the bed for the next shift to find. That's not ethical and it has no accountability. Good? Make sense? Don't do that. Make your corrections as soon as you realize that you've made a mistake. You don't have to wait to the end of the skill. Make them as soon as you realize that you've made a mistake. At the end of the test, when you're all done, and you've made your corrections, you have to tell those evaluators, my skill is done, or my task is complete, or I'm finished, or whatever. Because remember, you have 3 skills to do. So you do skill 1. You can't move on to skill 2 until you finished skill 1. So you have to say, I'm finished, I'm done, my task is complete, something like that. Because what you're doing when you're saying that is you're telling that evaluator, I will make no more corrections on that skill after this point. So it's kind of like hitting a button, final answer. Okay, good. You're going to see that on all the videos. I'm going to remind you to review the care plan, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator, my skill is done. So it's a good idea to reread that care plan at the end of every skill. Usually the evaluator will just take a verbal, but you can't say something like, oh, correction, I would have cleaned the catheter. Well, we have to see you clean the catheter. You can't just say you would have cleaned the catheter. So if it's an action that that's required in the patient care, you actually have to do it. But if it's something like, I would have closed the privacy curtain, or I would have put toothpaste on the toothbrush before I brushed the patient's teeth, or something like that. All right, so let me explain to you how we're going to get through this program. We're going to talk about our syllabus and our books now. So this is the syllabus. This is our roadmap. This tells you how we're going to get from point A to point B in 4 weeks or 8 class sessions. We're going to cover a ton of information. You can see that here. This is all the stuff that has to be covered. I told you I was going to talk nonstop for 4 hours. I did not lie. And I will do that for every class. By the time I get home, especially on class 1, by the time I get home on Mondays, I don't want to talk to anybody. All right, so let me explain to you how to read all these words, because there's a whole lot going on here. So each column and each section of rows means something. So the rows are the classes. You can see this whole section is class 1 today. Then we have class 2 Wednesday, class 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. The columns help us identify what we're doing in that class session. So the first column are our skills. Today, we still have some skills to learn. I've only got 55 minutes left with you. We still have all this to go. So we're going to get to it pretty quick. We did learn skill rules. So we do have one thing to check off there. The second row are lectures I'm going to give in that class session. So we talked about the CNA exam, so we can check that off. We talked about delegation and liability. We talked about patient considerations. We learned about testing care plans, and we learned about the principles. So we've covered all of the lectures for today. Next to the lecture, you can actually see the page number, because remember how I had you flipping back and forth to all these pages, and you're about an hour ago going, I'm never going to remember all these pages. So you don't have to, they're on here for you. The third column is the dreaded homework column. I get it. Nobody likes homework. I didn't either. But I can't cover everything in class. You're going to have to do some homework reading on your own. Tonight, you're going to go home and read chapter 1 in the yellow book. There's 20 pages in it. The words are small. The writing is big. There's lots of pictures. It's written at a 6th grade level. It's not going to take you long to get through it. You can figure about an hour of homework on Mondays and about 2 to 3 hours of homework over the weekend. That's about how it's portioned out. But just doing the reading doesn't really help you a whole lot. You kind of have to learn, did I get what I needed from the reading? And I have a quiz for you in your white book on page 181. So if you turn in your spiral book to page 181, you'll see the quiz for the homework reading. There's 20 questions, 10 multiple choice, 10 matching. What a cool screen name. Okay. Hi, so I'm at my testing site right now, but I have a question about side positioning. For when they are done being positioned, do both side rails go up or just the rail on the side that they are on? Great question, okay. And your answer is going to depend on what state you're in. Here in Florida, side rails are not graded. You may not even have side rails on the bed. So that you won't have any side rails to put up. In Florida, we don't even have side rails on the bed because side rails are a restraint. Make sure the patient's in the middle of the bed after they're on their side. So if you have them scoot towards you before you roll them on their side, it keeps them in the middle of the bed after the turn. If you're in other states, there are some states that do require side rails. And off the top of my head, I'm not sure what North Carolina's requirements are. You'd want to look at your clinical skills checklist. So while you're thinking about it, go to, I think they have Credentia in North Carolina. Go to Credentia, look at your clinical skills checklist, and see what they say about side rails. And that'll give you your answer. And let us know how you do. Good luck. Good vibes. All right. So homework, you've got chapter 1, and you're going to take the test in the white book on page 181. You also want to grade it using the answer key on page 201 at the very back of the spiral book. Okay. When you come back to class, I'm going to go down my list here, and I'm going to say, Daisy, how did you do on chapter 1? And you're going to tell me how many you missed. Daisy, right? Oh, I got one right. Yay. Okay, you're going to tell me how many you missed. Or there's a grading scale at the bottom, page 201, and it'll tell you if you missed 1, you got a 95. If you missed 2, you got a 90. So you can either tell me your grade or how many you missed. Take the test as many times as you need to get 100. I'm not about grades. Could care less about grades. I want to write 100 down on every one of these. Because 100 tells me you got the information you needed. You mastered it. If I'm the body in the bed, I'm not going to look up and say, what did you get on chapter 4? I don't care what you got on chapter 4. I care that you learned enough on chapter 4 that you can recognize the fact that I am now developing pneumonia, and you're going to go report that to the nurse. Good. Hundreds. That's what I want. Now, the last column are additional learning opportunities that we may or may not get to in class, depending on time. So if you look here, you'll see 5 key phrases. We got to that one today. We talked about that. Remember, that's the little house guy. We did the care plan activity. We did that. We talked about corrections. And we talked about skills grading. So the only thing we did not get to is warm, dark, and moist. We might not, I don't know. But if we don't get to it, you probably want to read that. Good? That's how this is all laid out. It's our roadmap. And it makes this course very organized. I don't deviate from this very much at all. Okay. So if you can't come to class for whatever reason, you know exactly what I'm going to cover. The lectures I'm going to give. These slides that I create keep me pretty much on track. The only thing that we might deviate from occasionally is class 2, range of motion shoulder. Sometimes I have to move that to class 6 or 7 because class 2, I have a lot of lecture to give you and sometimes I run over. That's the only thing that might change position. Okay. But other than that, I'm pretty much on this. Okay. This book goes home with you at the end of today. You leave it home. Don't bring it back and forth. Leave it there. Homework reading only. Don't write in it. The spiral book, bring back and forth to class. This is your homework page, 181. This is your grading, your answer key and grading scale, page 201. Good? Let's learn how to use this book since we're going to be using it in class. So right now we're going to talk about the spiral book. So if you go to page 52, every skill that we're going to learn in this class has an introduction page to the skill. This has a ton of information on it, and I want to go through it piece by piece because otherwise you might miss what's going on here. So first you see the name of the skill, which this one is measure and record pulse. Then you see down the side, these are all of the principles we're going to learn. Remember everything on that back wall, all 11? But not all 11 are going to apply to this particular skill. In fact, only skill rules, opening, glove rules, pulse, and closing apply. They're all going to be spelled out here, so you don't have to keep going back to page 27 to see them all. They will be spelled out for you right there, along with skill-specific steps. Good? Do you guys remember this page that we saw a few minutes ago? Hold on. You guys remember this that we saw a few minutes ago? You guys remember that? Okay. Remember we said that, actually it was this one. Remember that we said when you're looking at this, that only these apply to the range of motion, right? Everything else was a principle. So when you're looking at this, okay, these, all the colors are going to fill in a checkbox. The black is going to be anything that's skill specific. On these, they're white. On here, I had to make it black because otherwise you couldn't see them. Does that, and it'll make more sense as we go through, but does that make sense? Do you guys understand? If you put all of these steps together, you get a skill. Okay. This is a short version of the skill. We have a video. And then down here are test-specific details. Okay, these are your test-specific details. Can I have my gold sets? All right, remember this. There's 3 skills on here, but it only gives us one time at the bottom. So this set of skills, 1, 2, 3, we would have 34 minutes to complete. The way they come up with that 34 minutes is a formula. You can actually see the formula at the bottom here. They take the amount of time for each skill. They add 5 minutes on for hand washing and 3 minutes for thinking. That's how they come up with this amount of time. So when you're looking at this page, you can see the amount of time that somebody with your level of experience, which is none, should be able to do this skill in. In this case, 5 minutes. Do you guys remember the care plan for pulse that we saw on page 20? You guys remember that? How long did we have to count the pulse for?
1 minute.
And they give you 5 minutes to do that. Now, of course, we have to do our opening. We have to do our closing. We haven't even learned that yet. But even together, that doesn't take a minute. So they're giving you way more time than you need. But you're always going to see at the bottom of the page how much time you should be able to complete this skill in. Just this skill alone. Good? And hand washing does not count in that time. Next to that, you'll see, oops, where are we? Next to that, you'll see who we're going to do this skill on. Now, sometimes it's going to be a live patient. Most of the time, it's going to be a live patient. But there are a few skills that we're going to do this on a mannequin, 4 skills actually. So if you see a mannequin in that spot, that means you're going to be doing this skill on a mannequin. Like dressing, we don't dress a real person for the test. Partial bed bath, we're not going to do that on a real person. Peri-care, which is personal below the waist care, we're not doing that on a real person. And catheter care, we're not doing that on a real person. Everything else, real person. But you can tell very quickly whether this skill is going to be done on a live person or a mannequin by looking there. You can also see where that person is going to be positioned in a bed or a chair. Every skill will start with a patient in a bed or a chair. Which one? Well, you have to look at the page to find out. And then next to that, you're going to find out whether charting is required. If we need to document something, remember there's 4 documentation skills: pulse, respirations, feeding, and drainage bag. So if one of those 4 skills is going to require charting, we're going to have some additional information here about that charting. Now, in your skills book, in the spiral book on page 168 and 169, you can see the actual documentation sheets that are used on the state exam. Remember, these are our documentation skills. Good? All right, so now let's look at, so that was the introduction to the skill, kind of an overview, if you will. Now let's look at the actual skill itself. So if you go to page 53, remember 52 was our overview, 53 is the skill. At the top of the page, you see care plan. What do we know about a care plan? We have to follow it, so we have to know what it says. So the care plans for the state exam are going to be at the top of the skills page. You're going to follow it. Below that, at the bottom of the page, you'll see the supplies that you need for that skill. You have to learn your supplies. There's no way around it. I'm not going to tell you, what's your name? Sierra. I'm not going to say, Sierra, I need you to go give a partial bed bath in room 201, and you'll need to get a basin, soap, lotion, 4 washcloths, a towel, actually 2 towels, a new patient gown, a privacy blanket, and a barrier for the table. I'm going to say, go give a partial bed bath. Right? You have to know what to get, so you have to learn your supplies. Good? Now, and I have a whole page on supplies, 37. The thing about supplies and medical, and we're going to learn this as we go through this, every one of these has 2 names. Some have 3. I don't know why. I have no idea why. But they all have multiple names. Like a bath blanket is also called a privacy blanket. A barrier is also called a chucks or an underpad. It's like everything has two names. We'll go through it. Okay, so back on page 53. This is where we get into the meat of this. So if you're looking at page 3, at the top we have that care plan. We know we have to follow the care plan, right? Below that, though, are step-by-step instructions. This tells you exactly how to perform this skill. Now, I wrote this book, and I wrote these instructions for you based on the care plans. Remember I said these are written for RNs? So I put that through my RN brain, and I pushed out something that is student-friendly. Because you won't know if you violated an infection control procedure. There's no way for you to know whether you did or didn't. You don't have enough knowledge yet. So I had to write instructions for you. Now, I am extremely detailed. You won't have any questions about when to open the toothpaste and put the toothpaste on the toothbrush. You will not have that question because it's going to tell you very plainly when to do that. Everything is covered. If you just follow, if you go home, find a live human, any live human you have laying around, dead ones won't help. You got to have a live one. And you hand them this without them sitting in a classroom, and they just follow these instructions, they would get a perfect score on the state exam without having any medical knowledge at all. Don't need it. Just read and follow, perfect score. So when you're practicing, you should have that live human read this to you. So you hear the step, you do it. And then after you've done it once or twice, you should have that live human watch you do the skill. Don't say anything, just watch you do the skill and let you know if you missed any checkpoints. You can do a dress rehearsal for the test long before you get there by using this. Good?
How many skills did you say we only get one skill?
You get 3.
We get 3 that we have
Yeah.
to perform on the test?
You get one set of 3 skills. Yeah. One set of 3 skills. You guys know how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? How comfortable are you making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Pretty comfortable, right? How many steps do you think are involved in a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Just give me a basic, your version. How many steps? 3? Any other guesses?
More like 5.
5? 4? Any others? You guys all pretty comfortable with that? It's actually 42. Yeah, there's 42 steps in making peanut butter and jelly. And we're not going to do anything crazy like toast the bread or cut off the crust. That's just a basic peanut butter and jelly sandwich, 42 steps. What do you need to make a peanut butter and jelly?
Bread.
All right, let's stop there. Hold on, we need bread. Let's just assume it's on the counter. But it's in a wrapper with a twist tie. So you got to undo that twist tie and open the bread wrapper to get our bread out. Then you got to do the spinny thing to put the twist tie back on so it doesn't go stale and put it back on the counter. Now you're holding 2 pieces of bread. Where are you going to put it? We don't have one of those yet. So we have to open the cabinet, get the plate, close the cabinet, put the plate on the counter, put the bread on the plate. Now what do we need? Peanut butter and jelly. So peanut butter is probably in a cabinet or a pantry. So we have to open the pantry, get the peanut butter, close the pantry, put the peanut butter on the counter, open the fridge, get the jelly, close the fridge, put the jelly on the counter. Now you got to open the lids. So you got to unscrew the lid of the peanut butter and unscrew the lid of the jelly. You going to put the peanut butter on the bread with your fingers? Got to get a knife. So you got to open the drawer, get a knife, close the drawer. Now you got to take a knife, put it in the peanut butter jar and spread it on the bread. Probably wipe it off on the other side of the bread, right? Get our jelly, spread that on the bread. And then we're going to put the knife in the sink because if you leave it on the counter, mom's going to kill you, right? Now you got to take the lid, put it back on the jelly, screw it on, open the fridge, put the jelly back, close the fridge, put the lid back on the peanut butter, open the pantry, put it back, close the pantry. Now you can put those 2 pieces together and eat your peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And you thought that was 3 steps? 42. Yeah. Sure. Yes, very true. Goobers. Yes. Absolutely. So if I can be that detailed with a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, imagine what I can do with these skills. You will have no questions with how I'm performing the skills. Good. Follow the path that's laid out for you, and you will pass the state exam. Fair? Okay. But I also want to bring to your attention, how many steps did I say there were?
42.
Every skill that we're going to learn to do here is less than 42 steps. So every skill is theoretically easier than a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So when you start to get all wrapped up in the steps, I want you to remember that. It's still easier than a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You just have to learn the steps. Okay, good. All right, every skill has a self-assessment gray box. You should be doing these as we're learning the skills to make sure that you gain the knowledge you need to be successful. You guys are all going to be entered into the online course after class today. So please, please, please make sure that you have filled out that contact form on this website, courses. Just click the QR code on the shirt. It's the quickest way. Please fill that out, that pop-up that comes up, so that we can get you enrolled in this course. Otherwise, it won't let us send the email that will enroll you, because I'm switching to a new platform. I don't know why. He's over there going crazy with us right now, by the way, trying to get you guys the emails that you need. So I need you to take that step for us. All right, so we're back to the big four. Let's learn these. We learned skill rules already. We got that checked off. We got our check mark. Good job. So now let's move on to the opening. And I've got to kind of go into hyper speed here because I got 32 minutes to go through about 40 minutes of content. So here we go. All right, the opening is going to be located on page 30. These are repeated steps you're going to see on every single skill we do. Every skill starts the same way, and it sounds like this. Good morning, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I am here to insert name of skill here. Is that okay? I'm going to close your curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies. I'll be right back. That's the opening. It's done the same way for every skill, period. We learn it once and we do it over and over. And I can say that in my sleep. I can. Now, you can't, because it's still very foreign to you. And the biggest issue I have with students that take my class is we start getting practice time on class 6. And during practice time, I'll say, okay, you guys can practice, and you all will sit at those tables and not get up and move because you are unsure of your opening. You don't know how to start the skill. Now, we learned the opening on class 1, and I'm going to tell you, go home and practice the opening. Write it on your mirror. Put it on an index card. Go into your bathroom and say the opening. You got somebody to talk to, the one in the mirror. You got a curtain you can close, the shower curtain. You got a sink to wash your hands. Everything you need is in the bathroom, but you won't. You won't go home and practice the opening until we get to class 7. And then you'll go, oh, I really had to do that? Yes. And you're not going to be able to practice the skills until you get this down. So do yourself a favor. While it's easy, learn the opening. You should be sitting in your car instead of singing along to Beyonce. You should be talking your opening out. This should become so routine for you that you don't have to think about it. So it sounds like this. Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I am here to whatever. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands, get supplies. Takes less than 10 seconds. Okay? But let's go through each piece of the opening so I can explain to you why each one is important. Your details, your notes are on page 31. Remember, I always provide the notes for you. You don't have to take notes in here. So the first thing we do always is read our care plan so we know what to do, and then we do our opening. Has to be done in this order. This is going to be important in a little next class. We read our care plan first because without the care plan, we don't know what to do. And then we do our opening. You are going to have some sequencing activities in the online course that help you put all the steps of a skill in sequence. What's our first step always? Care plan, care plan, care plan, care plan. All right, so every skill starts with an opening. Every opening starts with a knock. I want you to remember what we talked about with our patients, especially those in long-term care and hospitals, right? They're not home. They want to be home. They're not home. They're having a hard time resting because people are always in and out. These are strangers. You guys would not be able to sleep well in an unsecure place, right? Your body is in danger when you're asleep. You're vulnerable. So anytime we enter a patient's room, a patient's area, they have to have advance warning that we're coming. Knocking is essential. Your patient has to have a certain expectation of security in that space. The only way we can provide it is through knocking or a verbal warning like, hello, I'm coming in. This is non-negotiable. This is a checkpoint. A checkpoint. You're going to get a checkpoint for knocking. And if you don't knock, you don't get that checkpoint. That's how important this is. Good? Good? All right, once we knock, first step on everything, knock. Once we knock, we're going to greet our resident. Now, this could be a hello, a good morning, good afternoon, something. You're going to greet your resident. Remember, we are the sunshine. Greet your resident. Now, for the test, it's always going to be Mr. or Mrs. Jones. We just use one name, make it easy. But hello, Mr. Jones. Good morning, Mr. Jones. Greet your resident. Bring your sunshine. That's actually a great, you're going to get a check mark for it. Graded checkpoint. You get a check mark for it. Then we have to address them by name. For the test, you do not have ID bands. There will be no ID bands. And you're going to see this in a minute. You can't touch the patient yet. You are prohibited from touching the patient at this point. I'm going to tell you why in a minute. We can't touch the patient to see that ID band. So we're going to address them by name. Hi, Mr. Jones. Hi, Miss Jones. Do not touch your patient. It's a graded checkpoint. So we're going to greet our resident by name. And then we're going to introduce ourselves by name and title. Just walking in and saying, hi, I'm Patty. So, what does that mean? Are you Patty, the person that brings the cookies? Or are you Patty, the person that brings the needle? Because I'm going to respond to those two people a little different. So, hi, I'm Patty, your CNA today. So far we have, good morning, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty, and I'm your CNA today. Now that we've got the introductions out of the way, because it is a graded checkpoint, now we're going to tell them what we're there to do. I am here to, you can read the care plan if you want. I mean, you've got the name of the skill right there. So if you can't put it in your own words, you can say, hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I am here to measure and record pulse. You can read it right off of there. Or you can say, I'm here to take your pulse. Once we have explained to the patient what we are going to do, we need to get their consent, their permission. And that's because patients have the right to say no at any time for any reason. Their body. What does no mean? No. No means no. Do not put your hands on somebody that said no. You do not have the legal authority to do so. And you can and will be charged with battery. Bless you. So is that okay? Now remember, for the test, all your patients are going to be pleasant and cooperative. They're going to say yes. They're going to make it easy on you. Those of you who are practicing on people at home, you're going to go home today and you're going to say, my teacher said that you have to be pleasant and cooperative. Because your people at home, for whatever reason, will try to throw you curveballs, and they'll tell you things like, well, it won't always be that easy in real life. And we're not all about real life yet. You're trying to put me in 12th grade when I haven't even got through kindergarten yet. Back up, buddy. My teacher said pleasant and cooperative. If they have a problem with them, tell them to come see me. I got some trigonometry I can get them to work out. Okay, pleasant and cooperative. So your patient will say yes. It is a graded checkpoint. And once we get all of that done, then we're going to close this privacy curtain. But let's talk about this curtain for a second. Who touches this curtain?
Everyone.
Like everybody who?
The visitors, doctors.
Doctors, nurses, patients, visitors, everyone, right? Do they all have clean hands when they touch that curtain? No, in fact, patients in bed will scratch what itches. They will scratch what itches. And then they'll touch that curtain. Is that curtain clean? Now, there's no shade on housekeeping here. Housekeeping does a good job, but they don't take those curtains down and wash them between every patient. In fact, they're usually only washed once a year. So in general, they get sprayed with a disinfectant spray, which isn't covering every square inch. Those curtains cannot be considered clean. So knowing that now, what do you want to do after you touch the curtain? Wash your hands. Now, closing the privacy curtain is a graded checkpoint on many skills. And then once we have touched that curtain, we're going to go wash our hands so that we can make sure that we're coming to the patient with clean hands. Now, that's going to be a very important concept here. So this is a graded checkpoint on every single skill. Now, understand, I just edited all 21 of these videos in the last couple of weeks. And I put all of the graded checkpoints on every single video. And I can tell you with absolute certainty that this checkpoint is on every single skill. The CNA candidate, that's you, must refrain from touching resident until hands are clean. Say that again. Refrain from touching resident until hands are clean. Do you guys remember a little while ago I said that not all checkpoints count equally? Some are weighted heavier than others. That one is stone weight. You miss that. If you come over here and touch this patient to check their ID band before you've washed your hands, you have touched that patient with unclean hands. Do you guys see why I said do not touch that patient to check their ID band? Do you guys understand? Because this is the checkpoint you're violating right there. There's something called a healthcare acquired infection. We used to call it a nosocomial infection, but a healthcare acquired infection. Let me put this in terms you can understand. How many of you guys have ever ridden a roller coaster? Pretty fun, aren't they? You stood in line for an hour and a half. It's hot. You finally get to the front of the line. You get on the roller coaster, and there's 25 seats and you get yours and they strap you in and then you start to click, 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 and you're just waiting, right? It's going to be a lot of fun. And along the way, once you're strapped in, somebody says, oh yeah, by the way, just so that you know, one of the people on this roller coaster, every trip, falls out. Not sure which one it's going to be. Good luck. Click, 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 click. You going to get back on that roller coaster? No, because that's an unacceptable risk. Didn't say they were going to die, but they will fall out. You might die. In our hospitals, 1 out of every 25 patient gets an infection they did not come in with. Same odds. And some of those are going to kill those patients. Same odds. We have to understand that we are holding these patients' lives in our hands. Now, remember that if you have a choice when you're sick, the one place you'd rather be is at home. So we can't call up our hospital and say, hey, listen, I need a little vacay. I'd like to reserve a room, 3 days. Doesn't work like that. In order to get into the hospital, you've got to prove that you're sick enough to be there. You got to go in through the ER, and their job is to send you back home, not admit you. So the only people that get a bed in here are the ones that are the sickest in our community. And they brought all of their pathogens in with them, every one of them. So we have got a place with a ton of really, really, really bad pathogens. And if you touch this patient without clean hands, you're going to give them one of those other pathogens that could potentially kill them because their immune system's currently busy. Doesn't have time for another infection. Do you see how dangerous this is? Do not touch a patient until your hands are clean. Good? So our opening. Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? I'm going to close your curtain, wash my hands, and then I can get my supplies. I'll be right back. You only get supplies after you've washed your hands. You don't want to contaminate those supplies that are going to be used on the patient. But our cardinal rule here is do not touch that patient until your hands are clean. Good? Good? All right, so in the course, the online course, you're going to have a lesson on the opening. And there's a video you can watch. I didn't make you watch the video, but there's a video you can watch if you want. You don't have to. This online course is not mandatory. It's just for you to have extra learning opportunities. But below that, you're going to see a sequencing activity. So let's see if we have the idea here on how to do our opening. So let's try this together. You ready? Okay. Based on these, what is our first step? Look at our hint. How do we know what to do with each patient? Read the care plan. Yeah. So we're going to read that care plan. Now what do you want to do? Knock on the door. All right. Now what do you want to do? Okay. Now what? I always think of that song, say my name, say my name. Yeah, I can't sing. Okay, we'll say our name and title. Okay. Explain task. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, so we're good with that? Let's hit the check button and see if we're right. Gold star. Good job. All right, these are the steps of the opening. Do you see how we did the sequencing activity? You're going to have one of these for every single skill that we learn. All of the steps are in picture form, and you just drag them to the right spot so you can practice the skills without practicing the skills to learn the steps and the sequence. And you guys all have access to that after class today. Good? Questions on the opening? All right. So now we're going to move on to the closing. We're going to skip glove rules because I have a 2-hour lecture for you on Wednesday. So we're going to go to the closing. Closing is at the end of every skill. Page 35 has our notes. The closing, there's a lot of steps here. Oh my gosh, the closing takes forever. So your closing is going to sound like this. I always thank the patient. They're the reason I have a job. Okay. So your closing sounds like this. Thank you so much, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? Bed's in the low position. Environment is clean. Here's your call light. If you need anything at all, just press that red button and I'll be happy to come back and help. I'm going to open the curtain, wash my hands, document if I need to. Remember, there's 4 documentation skills, and then wash my hands again. Do you remember our checkpoint that said that we had to wash our hands before we touched our patient? Well, there's another checkpoint that says that we end skill with clean hands, because I don't want to take this patient's pathogens anywhere else. Now, why do we have to wash our hands before we document? Well, this pen, when I'm done using it, where does it go? In my pocket. It will go in and out of every room with me. It goes to the nurse's station with me. And probably most importantly, it goes home with me at the end of the day. Now, remember, these pathogens that I'm working with were bad enough to make somebody sick enough to not be at home. Do I want those pathogens in my home? So when I touch this pen, I probably should have clean hands. Anything that goes home with you at the end of the day, you should have clean hands before you touch. That means that you should not pull your cell phone out of your pocket until you've washed your hands. Think about all the pathogens that you could be depositing on that cell phone, and you're going to bring that right up next to your face. Good? Good?
It says cleaning hands twice on there. It says clean hands, twice clean hands. Is that because, like, obviously you don't want to touch the pen with dirty hands, but then after you're done charting, you wash your hands again because you have to go to a different patient.
Right.
Charts in the room.
Because we don't want to move the patient's pathogens out of the patient room. Yeah. Patients are comfortable with their own cooties.
Yeah,
They don't want everybody else's, no. No. So we want to make sure that the patient is in a clean and safe environment. So CNAs are responsible for making sure that the patient's environment is tidy and neat. Housekeeping can help, certainly, but they're not responsible. We are. Thank God for housekeeping, though, because I don't want to do mopping and bathroom cleaning and all that. You know, they help. But the main responsibility comes down to us. So I look around and make sure that everything is clean. Make sure my table is cleaned off. There's nothing on the floor. The sheets are, you know, arranged nicely. My LPN instructor a bazillion years ago, and she still tunes in every once in a while. I'm still in contact with her. But she taught me, always leave your patient looking better than you found them. And I love that rule. And I do strive to keep that rule, leaving my patients looking better than I found them. So clean and safe. Safe means that the bed is in the low position. These are graded checkpoints. Make sure your bed is in the low position. That's part of clean and safe. That is a graded checkpoint. We want to ask about comfort. This is a graded checkpoint. And they actually need to hear that word, are you comfortable? But comfort isn't just about physical, it's also about emotional. We tend to like some sort of a distraction or entertainment or something to concentrate on. So offer the patient a magazine for the exam. In a clinical setting, I'm not passing around magazines. I'm going to offer them the TV remote or their phone or something like that. But for the test, we're just keeping it simple. Offer a magazine. Would you like a magazine before I go? It just shows that we're aware that they need some sort of distraction, emotional comfort. Good? So we're going to ask about comfort. There's another step to this, and it's called addressing preferences. So addressing preferences, we're going to do with that magazine thing, but keep in mind that it could also mean the patient, how do I put this? Don't be in a hurry to get out of the room. Do you need a glass of water? Would you like a blanket before I go? You know, if they're covered up and shivering, look around and see, what do they need from you? If you're just like, come on, I gotta go. Your patient isn't gonna ask for anything because they don't want to tie you up, but they're gonna be on the call light in 5 minutes. So take the time, calm yourself down. I know you got a million things to do. Everybody knows you got a million things to do, but let this patient feel like they're your number one priority for the time that you're in there. Okay, so that's all about addressing preferences. It's a great checkpoint. Patients should always be covered. Clothes or covers, I don't care, but I should not see their knobby knees. If you, at the end of a skill, look over at the patient and you can see their knobby knees, you took a wrong turn somewhere. Go cover them up. Okay? Put their sheet on, whatever it takes. You should not see knobby knees. I've been saying that for a long time. It started out as a joke. I actually had somebody that contacted me not too long ago and said, thank God you said that, because when I looked at the patient and I saw their knees, it triggered. And I pulled the sheet back up. Because at the end of the skill, you are so relieved that you are done with the skill. And you're going to be in a hurry to end so you can stop your test. But these little things that I say are going to worm their way into your brain. And you'll remember them at the weirdest times. But hopefully it'll trigger something and help you pass the test. It is a graded checkpoint. The patient must be covered somehow. We're going to open that privacy curtain at the end of the skill. We don't want to keep our patient isolated. Now, if they ask for it to stay closed because they want to take a nap, that's fine, but that's an observation. And what do we do with observations? We tell the nurse. Yep. Because maybe this patient's getting depressed. That's a possibility, right? Depressed patients tend to isolate. Okay. And then we're going to give them their call light. We actually want to put it in their hand or right next to their hand for the test. I also give them instructions on how to use it because I figure they're medicated. They might need a little reminder. So hit that red button if you need me. It's a graded checkpoint. And then we're going to wash those cooties away. Once we've washed the patient's cooties off, if we have to document, our checklist says end skill with clean hands. We haven't ended the skill yet. We're going to document. So when we document, our checkpoint says end skill with clean hands. That means after documenting. So what do we have to do? Wash hands again. That's right. That's right. Yep. Those are documentation checkpoints. Just remember that we have to end skill with clean hands. So you can't wash your hands too many times for the test. If you find yourself needing some thinking time, go over to the sink and wash your hands. Buy yourself some thinking time. Okay, good. So your closing, one more time, should sound like this. Thank you so much, Mr. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? Your environment is clean. Your bed is in low position. Here's your call light. If you need anything, press that red button. I'll be happy to come back and help. I'm going to open your curtain, go wash my hands. Document if necessary, wash my hands again. That is the closing. Good? Opening before every skill, closing at the end of every skill. Remember, we want to leave our patients feeling cared for and cared about. Bring the care back to healthcare, please. All right, so let's learn about hand washing. I know I've got 7 minutes. I might go 2 or 3 minutes over. Just hang tight. We're going to learn about hand washing. This is on page 44. And your step-by-step instructions are on page 45. Pathogens need 3 things in an environment to thrive: warm, dark, and moist. Bathrooms are usually a couple of degrees warmer because we don't like to be chilled when we get out of the shower. They're usually dark because mom trained you, turn the light off when you leave a bathroom. So we have pathogens that are in the bathroom. They come out in all of our body fluids. So bathrooms are the ideal breeding environment for pathogens: warm, dark, moist. We have to keep this in mind. This is why we have to clean our bathrooms quite often. Okay? Because a bathroom environment is warm, dark, and moist, it's going to affect how we wash our hands because we don't want to contribute to that. So there's going to be a step in hand washing we're going to talk about in just a minute that has everything to do with warm, dark, and moist. So here's our steps of hand washing. We're going to wet our hands before we apply our soap. We're going to rub all surfaces for at least 20 seconds. We're going to rinse our hand and wrists, dry the clean areas, dispose of those paper towels, and then turn the faucet off with a dry, clean paper towel. But when we rinse, okay, we've done rubbing, we're ready to rinse, we put our hands under that stream of water and we rinse. Between rinsing and drying, most people do this or this. What that does is it spreads moisture all around your area. Remember, we already have warm, dark, and moist. You don't want to spread your moisture beyond. So instead of flinging that water, tap it so it stays in that confined sink area before you dry your hands. Make sense? All right, Jacob. Okay, we're going to go through this really, really, really quick, and then I want you to play the video. Okay. Guys, I probably will be 2 or 3 minutes over. I'm sorry. All right, so we're going to turn the faucet on with our hands. We're going to wet our hands. We're going to get soap, get a lot of soap. Bubbles count. Need a lather. We're going to rub all surfaces for at least 20 seconds using a clock to time yourself. There's going to be a clock right above the sink. Use the clock to time yourself. 20 seconds of rubbing, not a second less. You're going to keep your hands lower than your wrists. Once you're done scrubbing all surfaces, you'll move on to your fingernails. Rub your thumb down each fingernail to clean your cuticles, and then circle the nails on the palm of your hand to get underneath your nails. These are the areas that are most frequently missed. This area, the webbing between the thumb and the back of your thumb. We always forget the back of our thumb. I don't know why. Use a clock. Don't sing. When you're nervous for the test, your singing speed is going to speed up. It's not 20 seconds anymore. Use the clock. So now your hands are clean. Tap, don't shake, and then dry. It does not matter how many paper towels you use. Nobody cares. But only dry what's clean. If you take those paper towels and you come up here, you did not wash up here. And then you come back down here, what did you do? That's right. That's right. So we'll throw those away. And then we get a clean dry paper towel to turn that faucet off. That clean dry paper towel, don't use the wet one. The wet paper towel will rip. That faucet is not clean. It's touched with dirty hands all day long. All right. So Jacob, if you can put our hand washing video on, please. You can go ahead and pass out class 1. As I approach the sink, I can touch the faucet with my unclean hands because the faucet is not clean. I'm going to turn the water on to a comfortable temperature and wet my hands thoroughly. You must rub with friction for at least 20 seconds. I'll get enough soap to produce a nice rich lather and bring my hands together to start timing. I'm going to rub the tops of my wrists on both sides, the back of my hands, interlacing with my fingers, in between my thumb and index finger, making sure that I cover all areas with sufficient friction. the bottom of my hand by my pinky and the palm of my hand. After cleaning my hands, I'm going to go down my fingers with my thumb to clean the cuticles. I'm going to circle my nails on the palm of my hand and then rinse. Being careful not to touch the faucet or the inside of the sink. After rinsing, I'll tap to keep the water confined in the sink and then dry my hands thoroughly with paper towels, being careful not to touch the unwashed portion of my lower arms. I'll throw those away and get a clean dry paper towel to turn the faucet off because wet paper towels may rip and contaminate your hands. You can go ahead and take it down. All right, so all of these videos are on YouTube. They're in the course. The new ones aren't in the course yet. We still have to embed the new ones in the course, but all these new videos are on YouTube. We have a whole playlist, the 2025 CNA Skills playlist. So you can watch all of those as well. Almost done, guys. Almost.
You find the videos on our website and click the link through the website. It'll take you directly to the playlist on YouTube as well.
Yeah. So here, this is a lesson from the online course. And again, we have that same sequencing activity that you can do on your own. We're not going to do it together because we're out of time. Let me get through here. Okay. We'll talk about simulations in class on Wednesday because unfortunately I'm out of time. But I do want to talk about indirect care before you go. Indirect care is how we treat the patient. It is graded on the state exam. So being nice does count. Please remember that eye contact, posture, body mechanics, the way your tone of voice, all of those things are going to be graded. So when we're talking about indirect care, treat the patient the way you would want to be treated if you were the one in the bed. That's the best way to remember it. And remember, indirect care is graded. These are all the things that are going to make up indirect care. All right, so remember your homework. You're going to go home and read chapter 1 in the yellow book. You're going to take the test on page 181 in the spiral book. You're going to grade the test using page 201. And then when you come back to class on Wednesday, I'll get your scores. Jacob just passed out your class review sheet. This sums up everything that we went over in class today. If you fill these out after each class, you're going to get one for every class. If you fill them out, put them all together. Remember when you're in your car waiting to test, right? This is what you should be looking at. This makes up the best review packet for testing. So the best thing to do is to complete these worksheets as we hand them out to you, keep them all together for testing, and then review them when you're waiting to test. Good? Did I go too fast for anybody? Is everybody coming back on Wednesday? All right. If you experienced any problems, please let me know. You should be wearing your class t-shirt to class from here on out. Those of you that don't have your t-shirts, you will get it on Wednesday. They were just delivered, so we have to assemble the transfers and stuff, but you will get your t-shirts on Wednesday. If you have any problems, please let Jake or I know. Oops. Hey, Jake, put up the last screen for me. Thank you. If you have any problems, please let Jake or I know. And remember, classroom will open about 10 minutes before class on Wednesday. All right. If you have not yet, go to the courses website, courses.4YourCNA.com or flcnatraining.com. Either one of those. Oh, we don't have it up. Oh, yeah, we don't have it up there. flcnatraining.com. Both of those will take you to the same site, but fill out the pop-up so that we can get you those wrap-up emails. Good? I hope you guys enjoyed today. I will see you on Wednesday. Bye.